Huh? Because I was coughing? What's going on, man? How you guys all doing? I'm a little late today. My bad. How you feeling about this game so far? All the action that we got. Trying to see. Well, game would be closer. The game would be a lot closer if it wasn't for the fumble by Miami and then the what they call tripping. I forget what the exact call was because I was setting it up as it was going down. So I kind of was like half paying attention. That's what I'm saying. The defense has been kind of benefited by more of Miami Dolphins. The Ravens' offense is looking good. Lamar Jackson looking rusty, just like and the missed field goal, just like Nick said it was going to happen. Now, where are they at? The 21? Yeah. Oh, boy. Oh. And Lamar Jackson slamming the football down on the grass. Dolphins got on the cheap, on the deep ball. Ravens get all the calls. Listen, man, that's what I'm saying. I'm sure Nick will have the take showing that call. That was a big sack by Lamar. How big of a loss was that? Let me see. 10 yards. 2nd and 20. Play clock running down. 2 seconds. Oh, Derrick Henry. Ooh. Man, that was one of those hits where I thought that ball was going to come flying out. Ravens, probability to win the AFC North. They're still at 51% above everyone else, which makes sense because if they win, they're just one game back. 3-5, and the Steelers have the bye. They only played 7. The Bengals played. So it makes sense. I can't believe the Browns even technically have a 2% chance. Man, I don't know, Carlos. I don't got an answer for you. I just got to tell you, that's Bateman wants a hold. What was I about to say? Oh, now there's a flag. That's an incredibly late flag. They're going to call it on Bateman. Yeah. You don't see that very much. I got a couple good Eagles videos coming out, though, on Saturday. I got one on Saturday that a lot of people were coming at me telling me about this one clip that they were like, you got to make a video on, you got to react to, so I did. Yeah, Steelers-Colts game is going to be interesting. You obviously will like the Colts, but I am curious to see. That's what I'm saying. You don't really see that much, but it didn't really matter for them anyway. That was a good punt. And a flag. Oh. Oh, he's still going. Oh, he took it to the 40, but there was an immediate flag. It's got to be block in the back. Illegal block in the back. Number 37. Receiving team. Wow. So now they're at the 40. They score here. 14-10. Ooh, Robinson is not looking good. Oh, he's definitely hurt. He's got the towel over his head, and he's really upset. It's not a bad game. It's been a little sloppy by both teams, honestly. I mean, I know the Ravens have 2 touchdowns, but like, it's been a little interesting. Hasn't been the smoothest of sailing for the Ravens, I'd say. Some good fortune their way. Oh, just a concussion? I mean, you don't want a concussion, but the way how he covered his face, you thought it was like, and the way how he was like limping, I thought it was like season ending. Miami ends up with more than 7 wins. Do you keep Mike McDaniel? The problem is that it all depends on how good of a head coach he is, not necessarily calling plays and, running an offense and a team, but like, how does he rally the troops? How does he, run meetings and coaching staffs and whatnot? That's a big part of it. And how do you feel about Tua? I think Tua's actually a pretty good quarterback, but like, I think you got to question how this team is built. Tua's also definitely not like some top 5 quarterback, so it's a tougher situation. When the team has talent, this offense was incredibly high powered. It was like considered the best offense in the NFL. In I forget what year, 22, 23. I mean, he had 2 in that offense cruising. Yeah, well, Tyreek Hill did feast though, especially the one main year with Tua. Kicking a field goal to make it 14-6. 43-yard attempt. Oh, and he made it. I thought that was going to go wide again. I wonder at this point, if he got fired after tonight, which I don't think he would. I mean, I don't know, but let's say he would. I wonder what the Eagles would do at this point. Now that they have some momentum building. Do they hire him as like a consultant? Like and what would he want to do? I wonder. Trying to see. Let me see something right here. Do you guys watch? Have you guys been watching the World Series at all? Lamar Jackson 5 for 8, 74 yards. 9.3 yards per attempt, 2 touchdowns, the 1 sack, and 132.3 passer rating. Derrick Henry, 7 carries, 29 yards, the 14. Yeah. Let me see Tua real fast. Tua was 10 for 14, 88 yards. That fumble was crushing. You a Dodgers fan? I think baseball needs the Blue Jays to win. I think if the Dodgers win, it won't be good for baseball. Well, as a Philly fan, you should be maybe bummed about the Blue Jays. Blue Jays took that World Series from them in '93. No, what? You gotta be more specific with the nose. You want the Dodgers to win? That game was wild. It's funny though to see everyone on TV though pretend like they know anything about baseball. You had everyone doing segments about that game or just the World Series in general, and it's just like I don't know, man. They're not out there watching baseball games, so I just thought it was funny that everyone's out there talking about like what the Blue Jays need to do to find ways to win, and they start like naming players like they have any idea. It's like, okay. Whatever you guys say. I couldn't even get through some of the segment. I was like, oh. I was wanted to make some videos about it because I just found it hilarious. And I know baseball. But yeah. Or with they did the like Indy 500 or something. What are the racing? I'm not from Canada, no. You would hear my accent. It's a boot. I'm sorry. Broncos win this weekend. Texans. Wow, you might be the one person that doesn't have Prime. Scores 14-6. 7 minutes to go in the second. 2nd and 3. Lamar hands the ball off to Derrick Henry, who's trying to muscle his way about a yard short. 3rd and 1. Lamar Jackson, 6 for 9, 81 yards, 2 touchdowns. Derrick Henry, 8 rushes for 31 yards. Andrews, 2 receptions, 22 yards, and 2 touchdowns. I think I posted that video about the Texans game, right? I think that was a video that I already made that I posted about the Texans versus Broncos. It's an important game for them. You gotta. Oh, Derrick Henry not making it. What was I about to say? Texans. Oh, it's a real defense. It's a legit defense. So, you either show that you can start beating or playing well, playing high quality games against tougher defenses, tougher teams, or you can't. Football, sports in general, life in general is like you either put up or you shut up. You either get it done or you don't. He's doing well. He's doing significantly better than anyone really anticipated. So I really thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate you asking. who was considered healthy in the Super Bowl favorites? The Bills or the Ravens, or who are you talking about? Oh, you're saying the Bills did that to the Ravens week 1. Yeah, I'm still so tired though from everything. That's why I'm so tired. Because I had to wake up so early and I was so late and I was up so late making videos. And now I still haven't really recovered from that, honestly. So I'll be streaming here. Like I almost didn't stream this. I was laying in bed and I was just like, I don't know, man. Maybe I should just watch this game and fall asleep. But then I was afraid I would fall asleep too early. Then it would be this weird thing where I wake up at like 3 a.m. or something. So, just whatever. That looks like a great show. Kim Kardashian. Again, Glenn Close. Definitely going to watch that. I'm curious to see. 14-6. I mean, listen, Miami can just keep kicking field goals. 14-9. I mean, like they could just keep getting that momentum going. Do you think Hurts will be in the Hall of Fame? Jalen Hurts will have to win another Super Bowl for that to even be remotely a conversation. I think. He wins another Super Bowl and has a great performance. That'll be 3 Super Bowl performances, 3 great Super Bowl performances, 2, multiple Super Bowl records and whatnot, 2 wins. Probably would need 2 MVPs. And then he would just need some longevity. He would just need to not fall off a cliff, make the playoffs a handful more of times, maybe a couple more NFC Championship games, and you're good to go. Man, so I watch FS1 almost daily, starting at 11 with Colin. It's so hilarious. You go from getting a bit of Broncos support to none in First Things First. Dude, they barely even talk about the Broncos on First Things First. I made a Broncos video today that'll be posting on Saturday. But it wasn't even like a real Broncos segment. But they talked about it, and I was like, ooh, I'm turning this into a clip. That's a lot of times what I have to do with before the Broncos, the Seahawks. I gotta just make stuff out of nothing. Do I think the Bills passing game will show up against? I think the Kansas City Chiefs defense is for real, and the Buffalo Bills offense has not been for real. Yeah, but I don't know if Eli. So here's the thing about Eli, though. If Eli wasn't a Manning, and if Eli also didn't play for New York, remember New York is massive, and a lot of people who have some power are in New York, people who be voting and stuff, as well as Eli is like a celebrity now. He's so famous. I think if Eli was someone else, if his name was just, Joe Smith, and he won a couple Super Bowls, and he beat, not Tom Brady. Yeah, that's why I think Jalen Hurts will need to keep stacking wins. I mean, listen, Russell Wilson was seen as a bona fide Hall of Famer. But then he fell off a cliff, and then people are like, nah, never mind. Because I'll record all those videos to be able to post on Saturday. So I can post a ton on Saturday. Makes a little bit easier for me. Hello, my man. Or Algeria, wherever you're from. That's the video, Sean, that I made about the ceiling. I turned that into a Broncos video. Yeah, on Bo. I think the Colts are a real contender. That's hilarious. I did have a field day. I was making a Caleb Williams video, and I see that, and I was just like, oh. And then he kept talking about it. Nick was pretty funny, though. I'll give him that. It was pretty funny. Ooh. That was a tackle by the neck. It was. I appreciate that, Pablo. It was a pretty funny joke. Where he was just like, so and so's. He's like, Sean Payton said he's gonna be, the next Drew Brees, and he's like, he said Taysom Hill's gonna be the next, and I forget what quarterback he referenced to, who he referenced. About Sam Darnold? Yeah, Broncos have been great in terms of the fans. Thank you, GLJ. I appreciate it. Who's the best team in the league currently? Who's playing the best football? Or who do I believe, is the best team right now? The team that has the best chance to win the Super Bowl? Dude, the criticism of Justin Herbert needs to be studied. The Sam Darnold I get because of how his career unfolded, but I made a great Justin Herbert video the other day that I think really painted a pretty clear picture of the disconnect we have about conversations here. Oh. 1st and 10, big throw, 4 minutes to go, 14-6. Dolphins moving the chains. It's almost like they root for failure. Yeah, it's something to talk about. Best team to win the Super Bowl, and a lot of hate is because Justin Herbert is a genius. Okay, I got a great question because I've been watching you for about a month or so on YouTube. Let me know when you're ready for. Oh, he's going off. Waddle again. Oh, he's on his feet. Oh, I thought that was going to be one of those tackles where he actually really stays up. Looks like he's down, but he's not. Dude, Dolphins score here. It's 14-3. It's 14-13. I'm ready for the question as long as it's a question that I can actually answer. That's a great debate that's been going on. The great debate that's been going on is a 2024 quarterback class. Yeah. I don't have one, Orange. Thank you, pretty Mimi. I appreciate it. You're looking pretty yourself. Ooh, nice little run. There's a lot of these tackles where they're getting hit at the neck, man. In your opinion, how far do you think Denver will go this year? I think that all depends on how much does Bo evolve? How much does he grow? Does he get settled? Do you start to... Are you watching the season where you start to feel like, man, Bo Nix is really comfortable right now? I think it really will come down to that. And can the defense stay healthy? Yeah. Do you think Jane Daniels is the best quarterback in the 2024 draft? I do. Obviously, I'm a big supporter of Bo, but I do think Jane Daniels, there's a real smoothness to his game. And there is a comfortability where things have really slowed down. Unfortunately, he's been getting banged up, but I think Jane Daniels is already an elite quarterback. Yeah, I want whoever to win this because I was thinking this too. Like I like Tua like as a human, so I don't want to see Tua get I don't want to see Tua get benched. Like, I don't want to see Tua fail. I have a ton of respect for Tua, and so but I do also just want the teams like I don't want the Jags, for instance, to make it into the playoffs when they're not really if they're not really that good of a team, and now the Baltimore Ravens don't get in there, and they're actually a good team, but they just had a tough beginning to the season. Like I still just want to see the better teams in the playoffs. I don't want to see like the Texans were not a good team last year, and it was such a waste of a game to see the Chiefs take on the Texans. You're just like no one ever thought that game was going to be even remotely competitive. The Steelers and the Ravens was like not competitive. I want to see competitive playoff games. Bo's not in the conversation. It's JD versus Drake May. Well, yeah. Well, that's the interesting thing about Drake May because obviously it's that second year that he's really popping. Hey, man, another leader in the locker room. I thought they were gonna go make a trade for something like they were looking at like I saw like to make a trade either with the Browns or like the Jets. Joku. Feel like Bo Nix. JCT. What up? I feel like Bo Nix would be the second though because he took his team to the playoffs like Jane knows. So that's what I'm saying. That's what now it depends on what Drake May does. But I mean, the way how Drake May is playing right now, if they get to the playoffs, I think most people will actually have Drake May 1, Jane Daniels 2, and then Bo Nix. Bo Nix does not get a lot of praise or credit. What is your opinion on Riley Moss? I feel like everyone is dogging him, but they don't understand how dominant Sertan is, which loads Riley Moss up. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a fair point, honestly. I think it's Broncos are taking over your life. Well, people do want to talk about Denver Broncos. It's true. Yeah, but I think the Patriots are all but guaranteed to get to the playoffs this year. They'd have to absolutely completely collapse. No, I love Colin Cowherd. I think Colin Cowherd's great. The Herd's my favorite show. The Commanders blew that game. Yeah, they could have. They definitely made some mistakes, but then they were also given a gift as well with the one interception. If Jane Daniels plays, at least that game would have been interesting. Drake May is definitely an MVP candidate. The Bills haven't beaten any good teams, but neither have the Chiefs. They're in the same boat. Well, and that's why them playing each other is going to be interesting. What parameters define dynasty? With that said, who are the modern dynasties? I have a looser definition of dynasties. Like, people, I don't understand. The Kansas City Chiefs are a dynasty. And to me, it's been since 2018. From 2018 to 2025, it's been the Kansas City Chiefs dynasty. Do you have any advice for an aspiring sports guy? I am not the person to ask, my man. Honestly, I could give you generic like you got to keep trying, you got to try your best. You got to get out there. Like, I am not the guy to ask. I wish I could give advice from a legitimate place of knowledge. I think my only advice would be is like, keep just trying to do stuff online, whatever, wherever you can, whatever social media you can, and actually watch the games to know what you're talking about, and listen to other people, get other people's views and opinions. And that's what I do a lot. Like, I never just have my own opinion. It's like I have an opinion, then I listen to other people and be like, are they accurate? Are they inaccurate? Do I need to change my opinion? Neither of those teams are better than the Eagles, and I'm a Josh Allen fan. You think the Eagles are better than the Bills and the Chiefs? Do you think the Chiefs dynasty is over? I do not think it's over. No. How much longer do the dynasties last is the question. Like, of the Chiefs dynasty, you're saying? I mean, I think Patrick Mahomes' entire career, as long as he doesn't fall off a cliff, is a dynasty. Like, even if the Chiefs lose this season, let's say they don't even make the Super Bowl. They lose in the divisional round. But then, like, the next year they win a Super Bowl, or let's say it's 2 years and they get to the playoffs, they lose in the divisional round, they get to the AFC Championship game, they lose, and the third year they win a Super Bowl. To me, that's still the dynasty. I think you're still a consistent top team, an elite team, a Super Bowl winning team. I think that's what it all comes down to. Keon Coleman's definitely been struggling. I think I posted a video about that. I think the NFL Hall of Fame is tricky. There's a lot of players that I'm going to be fascinated to see. I think it's going to be so fascinating to see who makes the Hall of Fame from this pool of players that we know. Because I feel like I'm watching, obviously, with the channel and all that, I'm watching these players so much more. And it's going to be interesting. Do you think the Bills can get to the Super Bowl this year? The Dolphins should be leading, man. Well, the Dolphins definitely gave some things up here. This has not been like some dominant performance. Like, it'll be 14-9. I'm curious to see what the Ravens do at the end of this at the end of the half. But if it stays here at 14-9, or I wonder if the Dolphins are going to go for it, I would kick a field goal, man. I know they always talk about you need touchdowns, but like, just kick the field goal, feel good, play good defense. The one touchdown was pretty much a give me. Julian, that makes no sense to me. Oh, a Chiefs fan told me earlier that Josh Allen has to win the Chiefs game to prove that he is still. Yeah, that doesn't. But those guys are someone like a Mahomes and Josh Allen. They're free from a individual game analysis of like, if they play great, that means they're great. If they play bad and lose, that means they're not good. Like, they got too great of a track record. I can't believe they're going for this. I kick a field goal, feel good going into the half, man. They're going for it, 4th and 2, and it was thrown to nobody. What even was that? Just kick the field goal. Just feel good about it. Everyone feels good. The fans feel good. Everyone's engaged. 14-9. It's not the ideal score, but you're still one possession game, feeling good. How many QBs are you taking over Jalen Hurts to win the big game? To win a big game? Are we considering the roster or no? Haters going to hate when Jalen Hurts is a Hall of Fame. True. They're going to hate when he wins another 4 Super Bowls. I can't believe that was what they just called up with the Dolphins. So dumb now. Oh, Lamar Jackson stepping away. Oh, he got hit. Oh. Andrews just looked like he pushed someone out of whoever that was on top of him. He kind of like shoved him. But it's a Ravens That was weird. I got to watch it again. I'm rewinding it. I'm going to be delayed for a second now. The score is 14-6. But Mark Andrews, let me see this again. Someone falls on him, gets hit. That was kind of weird. That was kind of like, man, get off me. But it's his bench. It's not like it was Miami. I wonder if he felt it was Miami. Oh. That's going nowhere. This is why you kick a field goal, Miami. Put me in, coach. Let me be the coach. Hold on. Roster aside, all things equal. Listen, all things equal, Jalen Hurts is a proven big-time game player, man. I mean, so is Josh Allen. So is Patrick Mahomes. I'd say so is Stafford. I'd say Jaden Daniels right now. Obviously, he's young. Jalen Hurts, and I don't know many other quarterbacks that you can really say without a shadow of a doubt are stepping up and playing big in big-time games. I mean, you haven't seen it. I believe in Bo Nix, but we haven't really got to see that opportunity yet. You're amazing with the Bo Nix coverage. Keep up the great work. I appreciate it. Have a good night, man. I talked about that a lot last season, JCT. Do you think the Ravens can compete? Their defense looks better. Their defense looks better. This game right now, if you're a Ravens fan, I don't necessarily feel good about this game right now. Now there's a flag. I mean, the Dolphins can be winning this game. I'm trying to think, what other quarterbacks right now can you say that you know they're absolutely going to show up in the playoffs and be bona fide? Let me see. NFL teams. Let me look at this list so I can go down the list. Packers, Jordan Love, Drake May. Like Jordan Love, you could have a little bit of a question mark. Again, it's not so that I don't believe in these quarterbacks, but can't say without a shadow of a doubt. New England Patriots, Jake May, can't say without a shadow of a doubt. Jackson Dart, obviously not. Bo Nix will get his. The 49ers right now, not taking Brock Purdy over Jalen Hurts. Lamar Jackson, I mean, he's had his issues. Jalen Daniels. Oh, Jared Goff. Yeah, I'm taking Jalen. Daniel Jones, Justin Herbert. Can't say. Joe Burrow's obviously injured, but can't go wrong with Burrow. Baker Mayfield, I'm taking Jalen. I mean, yeah, man, when you really go to the list, you're not going to pick Dak. You're not going to pick Penix. You're not going to pick Trevor Lawrence. Even if you don't think Jalen Hurts is a top 5 quarterback, you have to concede that he is clearly a top 5 big-time player for a big game. Purdy proved he is a gamer in the playoffs. Yeah. But he wasn't a game changer in the Super Bowl. It's not that I'm saying you're going to look at Brock Purdy and be worried, but you can't have the same level of confidence that you get with a Jalen Hurts. And Jalen Hurts can legitimately take over a game in a way that we haven't seen Brock Purdy do. And we saw Jalen Hurts do it in multiple Super Bowls. That has to count for something. Take away FTS from everyone in SGA, still led the league in scoring last year. You need to pick someone to trust to win in January. You're saying in general, or I do personally? Jalen Hurts feels a bit like Jimmy Butler in the NBA, but with the ring. I don't know. I think Jimmy Butler is more respected in the NBA than Jalen Hurts is respected in the NFL, at least by the media. Dude, this was such a poorly managed game by the Dolphins. He left the field with the lead in OT in spite of the game. I get it. I'm not. That's what I'm saying. He wasn't a liability, but he didn't make that next big play. Healthy Ravens are the best team in the league. Cowboys fan. Healthy Ravens are the best team in the league? I don't know about that. Based on what? Look at this. We got Spags in here. Thanks for joining, Spags. I'm a huge fan. In general, if you're taking a QB over Jalen, it needs to be January quarterback because Jalen can win the playoffs. It's true. They don't have any timeouts. It's 10 seconds left. 1st and 10. They're at the 50. 7, 6, 5. Now they spike it, and now they're going to do a Hail Mary. Or are they going for a beast of a field goal here? A 69-yard field goal? Only team in the NFL without a 50-plus yard field goal, Miami Dolphins. They can't do nothing. Hurts isn't the guy to show up on a random week 5, 1 p.m. game and wow you. He's the guy that shows up when the lights are bright. It is true. They're going to do a Hail Mary here? What are they doing? Oh my gosh. I just want to see a field goal. Go for it. Go for the 70-yarder. This is one of the reasons why you could say, you know what, Mike McDaniel should be fired. Your defense has been playing really well. Your offense has been a bit disconnected. Kick the field goal. It was be 14-9. You stopped Lamar. You're going into half. Who starts with the ball? I forget who got the kickoff. I think it was Miami, so I think Baltimore then starts with it. And now Tua just goes down. Like, that is bad football. You don't even get to throw off. Like, I don't even know what you're looking to do there. And now the fans are booing, and that's my point. If you kick the field goal, the fans are engaged. Everyone's still excited. It's 14-9. I'm just going to keep saying that. It's 14-9. It's a bit of a weird score, but still good enough. That makes me angry. Like, I look at that, and I'm just like, why does it feel like I can make a better decision? I think he will be a great OC. That I agree with. Debo loved him. Debo was bummed when he left. I remember watching that interview. I think it was like during the Super Bowl. He was getting interviewed like when they're doing all their media when they're inside wherever the heck they are. And they do a lot of like virtual interviews. I think it was with Colin. He talked about it. Do you think the Eagles are going to trade A.J. Brown? Only if they get such an amazing offer that you're just like, this is setting them up. Where you're just like, wow, what the heck did Howie just pull off? They said Tua flop, so he didn't want to show his arm talent. Just crazy. Eric Mangini has guys who think like him. Many have started to echo that elite QBs have the trust from their teams to throw 30-plus times. So absurd. I cooked Mangini. I made that video. And just wait. Post it on Saturday. There's going to be a couple. There's going to be a main fan base that's not going to be happy with me. Can you guess which fan base won't be happy with me? Oh, I didn't see that. I read that. Well, I didn't like read the article. I saw like just essentially the sentence that you're saying. You know, I find that hard to believe. No, not Baker fans. Mahomes fans. I could have used Baker, but Baker doesn't really have any big games for me to look at. So, you know, that's not my fault Baker doesn't win. Don't blame me, Baker fans. Dude, that's the thing. There's a couple teams that the Chiefs want to deal with, like the Jets or the Dolphins. I don't get why any team would make any move, any trade with the Chiefs. Doesn't make any sense. I don't hate Baker at all. I even defended Baker after that really bad game against the Lions. I think Patrick Mahomes actually starts off a little slow in those Super Bowl games. Purdy is better than who? Oh, better than Baker? Or why you never do Jalen Hurts? Wait, why you never do Jalen Hurts? Of course it's Pat. I don't know. What do you mean? Well, the video was about Jalen Hurts. Mangini failed as a coach because he couldn't pick and coach a quarterback. Now he's saying what a good quarterback is. Baker is a louder Dak. Oh, I like that. I like that. That's a good one. JCT is always dropping these lines. Colin had that good line where he kept saying Baker is like, he said Baker's like Dak, or no, he said Kirk Cousins and Dak are the same players. You know, it's just Kirk Cousins. You know, Dak is Kirk Cousins with a Nike deal. You believe the Broncos will get better? Any new trades? So that's something. I thought they were going to make a trade for a tight end. He beat the Steelers, who played one of the worst playoff games. I went and broke down his playoff wins. And the Steelers were comically, hilariously awful. Dak is a good quarterback, for sure. That season you're talking about, JCT, they collapsed. It was like when the Eagles collapsed. Packers or Lions NFC champion? Like division, or you mean the NFC as a whole? You think they're the two main ones to win the NFC? No Eagles, no Rams, no one else? That Steelers, both those defenses were comically hilariously awful, but the Steelers, let me look that game up right now. We got time for this now. I got my cord in the way. Hold on. Steelers versus, I remember I watched that game with my cousin and I was so excited, and it was a disaster from the jump. And that's why I knew it. 48-37. That game, they had like 5 turnovers or something. Like something crazy. It was turnover after turnover after turnover after turnover. Yep, 4 interceptions. Ben Roethlisberger had 4 interceptions and still threw for 500 yards. And a fumble. Told you. 5 turnovers. 5 turnovers. And the Steelers still had a chance to win. And the missed tackles. Right, that's what it was. Right, exactly. The first play. Fumble, return, touchdown. 1 play, negative 20 yards. 14 minutes into the game, 7-0. And then the next play was, not the next play, but the next drive was an interception. Then a touchdown for the Browns. Now it's 14-0. Then a punt. Then a touchdown. Then an interception for the Browns. Then a touchdown for the Browns. Well, again, interception for the Steelers. Then a touchdown in 3 plays, 15 yards for the Browns. I mean, this game was ridiculous. Then a punt for the Steelers. Then an interception for the Steelers. I mean, The score was 28-0, 28-7, then 35-7. When it was 35-7, that was the first real drive. 9 plays, 64 yards. Game was crazy. Stop hating, laugh loud. The Browns were in the playoffs. Yeah, it was great. It's pretty cool. Ben threw 3 picks in the first quarter. Is that what it was? Game was wild. I'm not hating. I'm just speaking the reality. And the missed tackles, the yak was next level. I went through all the highlights when Nick said that Baker Mayfield is one of the best playoff performers of all time. He made something crazy. Because there was a video where they said, who would you rather have, Jaden or Baker? And I said, Baker Mayfield. I did not say Baker Mayfield. I said Jaden Daniels. And people were like, what? You're a hater. That's ridiculous. And when Nick's like, dude, Baker's one of the best playoff performers of all time, I was like, oh no. No, I'm not allowing that. I am not allowing that. I am not. That made me start shaking. Couldn't handle it. Yeah, I'm here live. I started streaming about, I don't know what, like an hour ago or so. A few drives into this game. How close is the gap between Mahomes and Hurts? It's a legitimate gap. Mahomes is special. I think there's a great chance McDaniels is getting fired. Yeah, Ben ended up throwing 68 passes, 501 yards, 47 completions. 501 yards. Crazy. Hold on. These comments we're cruising now. I'm missing some stuff here. Mahomes is top 2, Hurts is top 6. God bless Bo Nix. Let's go, baby. The Dolphins should be leading right now. The Dolphins definitely should be. At the very least, I'm going to say it again. The score should be 14-9 at a minimum. 4 QBs have thrown 60-plus times that I know of. Ben, Breeze, Herbert, and Tom Brady. Oh, I never thought about that. Was that, and the 60-plus times, was that Tom Brady's last game ever? When he had to throw the ball a million times against the Dallas Cowboys? I remember that game, and everyone was like, they won. And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, sure. I see you haven't did a Josh Allen video in a minute. Overrated. Yeah, I think I haven't done a video about Josh. You're saying Josh Allen's overrated? It's funny that today Nick Wright was saying the Bills would have a dynasty if they drafted Mahomes, but he consistently says Andy's a He said that? I didn't pay attention to any of the Bills Chiefs content on First Things First because it's just it's the same nonsense. I didn't have the strength. I was too tired. This has been a crazy week for me. That's what he said. Oh, don't get me all riled up, man. Don't get me all riled up right now. Yes, he said that in the frenemies at the end with Danny. Yes, he said that in the frenemies. Was that the overtime thing? I don't have one, Miles. Okay, so he said that in the overtime. I don't think before the Chiefs game? Is he officially on IR? What did they end up doing with him? I didn't see. I don't really ever pay attention too closely to injury timelines. Dude, I have whole videos about Andy Reid as well. I can't believe he said that about Patrick. Patrick Mahomes went to the Bills, they'd have a dynasty. That is one of the most insane. Oh my God. Why are you guys trying to make me angry right now? Unbelievable. You mean that defense? Nick Wright himself said that the Bills' defense has failed Josh Allen. That is what Nick Wright himself has said. He literally said that this past year. I made the video and I said, oh my God, can you believe that he just said that? I said, I got to remember this clip so I can use it. I didn't remember which clip it was. But I absolutely remember them saying that because I was like, I love how Nick says that now because he was trying to, I forget what type of argument he was trying to make. But then later on, he wants to say, oh, Josh Allen's not good enough. He was outdueled. So the inverse would have to be that Josh Allen wins 0 with the Chiefs. That's what I'm trying to say. Josh Allen clearly wins multiple rings with the Chiefs. Mahomes would have had 4 rings with the Bills. Sure. He said Mahomes won Super Bowls in 2019 and 2022 with the bottom 5 defense. So would have won 3 Super Bowls with Bills because he had a top 5. Okay, sure. Oh my gosh. Okay. First off, he won a Super Bowl in 2019 against Jimmy Garoppolo, who put up, 19 points? What did he have, 0 touchdowns and 2 interceptions? Hopefully he's back for the Chiefs game. I don't know. Maybe the Dolphins pull it off right now. Ravens haven't been blowing them out. I don't think 14-6 is indicative of the decisions, but not the play on the field. Oh, and see, the Ravens do start with the ball. Jimmy played better at halftime. Doesn't matter. He wasn't good enough. Clearly. And Patrick Mahomes was awful in that game. What's going on, man? How you doing, Alfonso? All I know is Mahomes needs 8 rings based on their logic. Good luck, Mahomes fans. It's true. That's fair. That's what I always say, too. Yeah, and then Danny said, you really think Mahomes would have won multiple Super Bowls? And Nick just ignored that question and continued his delusional rant. Man, no, your wasn't, huh? I don't know what you're saying. Not too bad, man. How you doing? I'm trying not to get all worked up about this nonsense about Patrick Mahomes building a dynasty in Buffalo. The delusion. The delusion. Dude, that 13-second game, he was bailed out by Tyreek Hill, Andy Reid, Lamar Jackson taking off with his legs, gets tripped up, pulling his pants up. Nice little 13-yard run. Nick Wright will never live it down. Nope. Do you think there will be going to be some surprises at the trade deadline? I think the NFL trade deadline is so unpredictable. And what's the equivalent this year of the DeAndre Hopkins, Amari Cooper? I don't know what's on the table right now. That's why a loss here from Miami is interesting because do they start selling players? But one of their main sales was going to be like Tyreek Hill, but then Tyreek Hill gets injured. So I don't know. The Jets. I don't know why you think that I don't think that Patrick Mahomes can't win a ring. What are you talking about? Well said, JCT. He said Stephon Diggs in that defense was enough to have a dynasty. I can't with him. I don't know what the Miami Dolphins plan moving forward is going to be. Ravens, Chiefs, Eagles, Caleb, Ravens. Is basically first things first. I feel like we're missing a team. Nick also said in his podcast that Josh Allen is a Toronto Raptors and Mahomes is LeBron. Oh my God. Now you're all just trying to make me upset. So if you think Josh Allen would have multiple rings with the Chiefs as well, that means you think Mahomes is just as good as Allen since he already has multiple rings. That's not what that means. That's not how that logic works. I do think that they both would have multiple rings with Kansas City, yes. And I think they both would have no rings in Buffalo. I don't think there's a single year that Patrick Mahomes wins in Kansas City with Buffalo that Josh didn't. Well, the Dolphins kind of need to hit the reset button altogether. Oh, this has been a pretty physical game, though, honestly. This hasn't been the highest quality of games, though. Could you rank the top 3 quarterbacks in the league in terms of talent? Just talent, strictly talent, nothing else? Just talent. Strictly talent. I think it's got to be Mahomes, Allen, and then maybe either Stafford or Burrow. If we're talking about just talent. Oh, yeah, Justin Herbert's a good one. I think probably still like maybe like a prime. Yeah, well, so Lamar's a little tough because obviously we're talking about such of his mobility, and it's like it's talent, but it's also more of like physical gifts. So I don't know, it's like a trickier one. You can't go wrong. I appreciate that, Sean. I appreciate it. It's very kind of you to say. Uh, did you he's doing great, by the way. Did you just hear what I said about Patrick Mahomes? Did you catch what I literally just said about Patrick Mahomes? If you didn't, I'm gonna be so mad. I'm not acting like Lamar doesn't have arm talent. I never said that. Well, and that's the problem. Aaron Rodgers, obviously, but he's not in his prime right now. I made the video about the Texans versus the Broncos, but I don't think I gave any prediction. I don't know if Herbert has a better arm than Stafford. Sean McDermott with any elite quarterback only gets one. One Super Bowl? He doesn't have a Super Bowl right now. It's not a bad time. Listen, when you're talking about talent, like, you can't go wrong with any of these quarterbacks we're listing. You really can't. You didn't give, laugh aloud. That's why I asked. Oh. I think I'm still waiting to get a full, my chest out confidence in that Denver Broncos offense. I believe that that's why I'm like fast. I'm really interested to see how the offense handles this Texans defense. Who you got? Chiefs, Bills. Chiefs. I didn't see the video about Broncos and Texans, or are you holding out till Saturday? I think I posted that on. Let me see. I think I already posted it. I think I posted today, maybe. I don't remember. Haven't said you're a Mahomes hater since you told me to stop. I just think you have Mahomes fatigue. I get it. But did you hear what I said about Patrick Mahomes? You didn't answer. Ooh, Lamar, wide open touchdown. You cannot get any more wide open than that. See, Josh Allen is why we feel like the supporting cast is great, but it's not. Steelers will beat the Colts. Upset of the week. Upset alert? I wonder if anyone's going to take that on upset alert on Friday. Yeah, that I said he is top 3 talent. Thank you for your content. I literally listen to you every day at work. You make my work day go by smoothly. I appreciate that. That means a lot. As a Bronco, I'm worried. I think the Texans have a big chance. I think they have a legitimate chance. I think I would be surprised if their offense, if the Texans' offense gets much momentum at all. I think it's still okay to be a little hesitant about the confidence of offense with the Broncos. I don't think the Broncos have shown that quite yet, so. Go Birds, Chubb or Phillips, Philly bound. We'll see. There's a lot of upsets I see this week. Let me look at the schedule right now. I haven't really looked at the schedule all at the same time. Let me see. NFL schedule. McDermott has not been good. There's no doubt about it. NFL schedule. Okay. We got the Falcons and the Patriots. I like the Patriots. We got the Steelers and the Colts. That will be an interesting game. I think you got to go with the Colts, but still interesting. Broncos and the Texans. I will go Broncos. Bears and the Bengals. I'm going Bengals. Panthers and the Packers. I'm going Panthers. No, I'm just kidding. I'm going Packers. Saints and the Rams. Definitely going Rams. Jags and the Raiders. Going the Jags. Chiefs and the Bills. Gut tells me the Chiefs. Seahawks and the Commanders. Going with the Seahawks. Cardinals and the Cowboys. Is Jacoby Brissett playing? If Jacoby Brissett's playing, maybe the Cardinals. If Kyler's back out there, well, I don't know. Kyler could do some damage against that team too. Am I still on the fire hardball train? You know, when I have these kind of conversations, sometimes it's very loose for me to be like, I think you got to make a change. But then if we really have a really let's talk about it, it's just, my question then is but who do you hire? If right now, and that's why I always go to when the other hardball, and you're not going to fire one hardball and hire the other, even if you should. But when Harbaugh was available, when Ben Johnson was available, when Vrabel was available, when you had other people who you could legitimately hire, it's you make the change. But right now, I don't know. I don't know what other coaches are here. When Steelers and Texans win, you'll see. I will see if that happens. Jonathan Taylor, the whole Colts have been cooking. Julian, I just looked, and there's no video on the Broncos and Texans. Are you sure? It might not directly say Broncos versus Texans, but I discuss it. Let me see the video that I posted today from the Broncos. I thought I posted a Broncos. Let me see here. Yeah, I think it's the Herd. Colin Cowherd impressed. What's the full video title of this video? Impressed. Denver Broncos are being held accountable to be great. I think I discussed it in that game, in that video. Because that was with Mark Schlereth, given his interview, I think. I mean, Mike McDaniel is definitely on there. Lincoln Riley will come to Baltimore. I don't know if you want Lincoln Riley as your head coach. Julian, you would play some. He got 14 TDs so far, on pace for 20 plus. Who? Oh, Jonathan Taylor? Yeah, he's been a beast. That's the thing with the Bills too, Julian. If they fire McDermott, there's no coach, in my opinion, that Buffalo can hire. Yeah, that's why they should have gotten Ben Johnson or Harbaugh. Colts think Danny Dimes about to win them a Super Bowl. It's funny. Hey, man, he could. All right, I'm all caught up in the comments. Tua, I want to see Tua as he gets sacked. I want to see the Dolphins score here just because I want some action. I'm not rooting for anyone, but like I want to feel like we got ourselves a game here. This is why you go for 9. Why you get that field goal. Because if you score a touchdown, 21-16, you're right there. Now you'd be 21-13. Did you answer my question? Which one was your question? Oh, is Mike McDaniel losing his job after? I think so. I think they got to do something. They can't just keep running it back, even though I don't think it's necessarily all of his fault. I don't think like, if they had a better coach, they're out here winning games. Do the Dolphins keep Tua? Well, I don't know what would be the option. They need to bench him. They need a spark. They need to bench Tua? They're releasing Tyreek. You think Mahomes calling him? No. Where does he go? So, I would have said the Eagles, but now after these last couple of weeks, who knows? I still think it should be the Eagles, but he could go back to the 49ers. Bro, the Chargers are going to get some defensive help. Do you think by the trade deadline you're saying? Chiefs already have number 1. Rice is cooking. Rice and Worthy are good. They are. They have -1 yards. They have -7 yards, -1 rushing, -6 passing in the second half. Look at those billionaires sitting in their box. I want to be a billionaire sitting in a box. They do need O-line, that's for sure. Mark Schlereth is so smart. I love listening to his Tuesday segment on 104.3. The Fan is always great. If you know, you know. I don't know, but I believe it. I trust it. If Broncos had a wide receiver like Jamar Chase, they would have been a Super Bowl contender. Would have been? So you're saying they're not a contender now? Chiefs will trade for a pass rush before the deadline. I got Kansas City coming out of AFC. Who do you got coming out of the NFC? I was asking if the Chargers are going to get help by the trade deadline. I think they will. Well, I don't know. Because when you have all the injuries that you have to kind of figure out, are we a legitimate contender, or do we have to just manage this year and then get healthy for the next year? Like, that's what you kind of have to figure out. There were some rumors about the Eagles trying to get Myles Garrett, and that's not happening. If Hill goes, where? What team? Who wants Hill right now, coming off that injury? And just his attitude and whatnot. Like, I could see a random bad team being like, we'll take him. Also, what up, Julian? Happy to see you. I appreciate it. Thank you. What games do you plan on going live on Sunday? I don't know if I'll be able to do that on Sunday. I'm not sure. What's the Sunday night game? That's the Seahawks Commanders. I might maybe do that, depending on how Sunday goes. I need to catch up on sleep. Hill might miss all of next year. Is he done? Is he going to retire? No, I think he'll still try to play. He also wants that money. He needs that money, the way how he's living his life. You got the Patriots coming out. I got the Lions or Eagles coming out of the NFC. Okay? Jaden is playing. Oh, Jaden is playing? Is that official? I think if the Dolphins beat the Bills, I would not consider them a serious contender. I would have more concerns about the Bills. I'm a Chiefs fan. I said Patriots got Hill. Oh, I know you're a Chiefs fan. Considering how you talk to me, it's very obvious. Commanders haven't been healthy all season. Yeah, that's definitely been their downfall this season is just getting injuries. Fire everyone? From what team? I got Lions versus Bills. Greatest Super Bowl. This season, you got the Lions versus the Bills? Oh, Derrick Henry now going. Would love to have you live on Broncos Texans game. It's just tough because I watch all these games and so I'm taking notes and so it's not always easy to do. I'd like to do it one day where I live stream and I got all the other games going at the same time. I do my own little red zone or whatever. I don't know. I can't plan that far into the future. I don't have a favorite. My dark is Tampa coming out of NFC. Nope. Their stock has always been a little bit overinflated. Do you think McDermott is back with the Bills next year? Depends what the Bills do, I guess. If it's the Lions versus Bills in the Super Bowl, I'm rooting for the Lions. Eagles, Colts, it's a crash course. Chiefs probably don't see a Super Bowl for a while. Oh. Uh-oh. Eagles, Colts, Super Bowl. That would be an interesting Super Bowl. If I had to guess, your favorite team is the Broncos. Do the Cowboys make a trade this deadline? Dude, Jerry Jones just be talking, man. What would he trade? If he trades one of those first-round picks, you got a NFL hat like Rob Lowe. I don't know what that is. The Bills may be already be on the phone with Lincoln Riley. I don't know. You really going to bring in a coach who's never been a head coach in the NFL? Thank you, Joseph. Giants playoff second round next year. Jackson Dart, Scatterboo, they've been popping. I think the Broncos were looking for a tight end more. I think that's what was on the agenda. That's a nice throw. On the run. Oh. Zay Flowers getting involved. I feel like he's been quiet today. Man, Lamar not looking so rusty, is he? I would love the Eagles versus Green Jones. But I see the Broncos or Bills. Maybe defenses. When are you and Nick Wright gonna get the 1v1? I don't know, man. That would be great. Now with the internet, we can do it. Lincoln Riley knows offense very well. Well, and that's the problem too. Now your defense is going to be in trouble. Gruden is the next Miami coach. That'd be interesting. Sean Brennan. Is there anyone coming into the league next year that you're really excited about? Like from a college perspective, you mean? Yeah, this has been a pretty this game had the potential to be interesting. The Dolphins messed it up. I mean, they put up 6 points right now. I just can't believe Nick had the audacity to say that he thought that Lamar Jackson was going to be rusty this game. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Top 5 coaches in the NFL? Give me 1 second. I think the Dolphins blow it up. They have to, right? Well, they got to do something. But I don't know how I feel about Gruden. Player-wise, I mean. I have no strong sense of who I'm excited about right now. Sean, to be honest with you. I'd have to continue to let this season play out, honestly. What about you? I'm not excited for Arch Manning in the NFL. Those conversations are going to be so annoying. I'm telling you right now. Well, I definitely got Andy Reid number one. Imagine being the Vikings who had Sam and Daniels. I know, man. It's crazy. Julian Mahomes hasn't won without Reid. How is he a dynasty with McDermott? Well, he would have won with McDermott. It feels criminal at this point that the Dolphins let Fangio walk. And they didn't like Fangio. They were like, Fangio is too mean. No, I know, but I'm just saying when he gets to the pros with Arch. Shador Sanders or Deion Sanders or both. That's what Miami needs. I would love that because Miami's Miami, man. Bring in Shador, bring in Deion. Woo! Oh, I'd sign up for that. Yeah, this has been an easy game for Lamar. This has been an easy day for him. No worries there. My goodness, have the Dolphins ever been good? Yeah, they were good when McDaniel first got there with Tua, and they had like one of the best offenses in the NFL. That's when Brew kept calling them breakdancers, though. I don't know if it was a slow start by Lamar. I think it was just more like offensively they kind of couldn't get going. Deion is failing so hard. Colorado is legit bad this. I know. I don't think Deion's a good coach. I think Deion's all bark, no bite. Josh Allen is LeBron James in Cleveland. I think you're the one that said that. Who made offensive calls in Broncos? What do you mean? Would you fire Coach Mike if you were the GM? You know, this is where the Dolphins could have been like, we're going to hire Vrabel, and we're just going to let him completely rebuild this team, rebuild this culture. Like, the problem is, if you fire a McDaniel right now, like, you need to hire someone who can completely rebuild this culture, rebuild this team. So you need a Harbaugh. You need a Vrabel. Like, you need that culture guy. That's really what you need. It's like, I think Ben Johnson is a great offensive mind. I don't think you bring in Ben Johnson and now this team is cooking. You know, it's funny. I was going to say Mike McCarthy, but this team might be too much of a mess for Mike McCarthy. I do think Mike McCarthy can be stabilizing, but I don't think Mike McCarthy would be a bad move, but I don't think that really... I think with a Vrabel or like a Harbaugh, you have the chance to like actually really hit the reset button and build something. I don't know if you necessarily have that with McCarthy, but I do think you can stabilize. Deion as a club promoter, man, I would just keep walking. It's when you take out your phone, you go, nope, not interested. Nope, I don't care who's there. I don't know, $10 drinks, whatever, I'm leaving. Leave me alone. Are you still wanting Harbaugh gone, even if they make the playoffs? I don't know. I think I got to see the rest of the season. I'm definitely not Team Harbaugh. Mike Tomlin to Miami? Is that what you're asking? How come coaching only matters for KC, not anybody else? If you acknowledge who has the best coach, then you got to give perspective for the rest. It doesn't just matter for KC. What you talking about? Who said that? I hope you make it big in the future, man. I appreciate that, Dylan. I love your videos and your takes. Hope you get where you want to be someday. I'm supporting the channel. Well, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. What's going on, Edward? Julian, do you notice that Mahomes is getting grace Brady never got? I do notice that. Laugh out loud. So people were wrong. So you're going to do the same thing? That makes no sense, my brother. Are you talking to me? You can't be talking to me right now. I don't know what you're talking about. Brady's best back-to-back years, his only two with offensive head coach. 43 and 44. Think about that. I'm speaking from Nick Wright's perspective. Laugh out loud. Ooh. Oh, I see. Okay, that was towards JCT. It's hard to know, man. It's hard to know. Love your takes and knowledge of the sport. You are better than... I appreciate that. Mahomes always catching strays. It's all right. I got a video coming out about Patrick Mahomes that I am excited to post. It'll either be Friday night or Saturday. Probably end up being Saturday. I haven't watched First Take at this point in so long. I'll watch First Take for like isolated segments, like a Dan Orlovsky or something. But I don't just casually watch First Take. Honestly, these days I don't just casually watch any of these shows. You know, I never now just hang out and say, I'm going to put on First Things First and just like watch it. Because obviously what I'm doing, it's always like, what do we got today? What are they talking about? It's very rare. I mean, like, I haven't done that in forever. I will do their podcasts. But these days, the only sports podcasts I ever really listen to are Colin and John Middlecoff. Either individually or when they're together on Sunday nights. Sean, I'm telling you, you're going to... I actually really mean this. You're going to really like this video. So wild how quickly Sean Payton turned the Broncos around. Oh, yeah. That's what a great coach does. Are you aware of a channel completely copying your videos with a really bad... I am. I really hope YouTube just takes care of it eventually because you're not allowed to do that. Julian, these media heads, what they do is they overrate you, then they'll underrate you. What they did to Russell Wilson is what they do to Caleb. Now it's sad and funny. They just feel that they need to have really big, bold, strong takes. And they're always afraid to ever just be like, I don't know. Or, I just got to wait and see. I'm never afraid to say that from the jump. Like my first videos, I was like, do not watch me if you think that I'm just going to come here with like the biggest, boldest takes. It's not what I'm about. I'm just here for the conversation. Because he was better than Brady this far into their careers. JCT numbers, accomplishments, pick a rubric. These guys, you guys can start your own podcast just about Mahomes. Searching for Mahomes. That needs to be your podcast. JCT and Sean Brennan. Searching for Mahomes. Searching for Patrick. If offered a show, which network would you do? If I had my own show... I don't want to say anything out loud in case I get offered one day. I don't want to say ESPN, but then FS1 is like, oh, fine, we were going to give you an offer. If I say FS1, they're like, oh, fine, we were, CBS is like, oh, don't even mention us then. I think my honest, real answer would be I'd be grateful for anyone who put me on anywhere. Yeah, 184 yards, 4 touchdowns. I don't know how much rushing he has right now. He's probably got what, like 30 yards. Yeah, he definitely has under Derrick Henry, so he probably has like 20-ish rushing too. So I'm saying I'll be on Paramount. Netflix now is doing like podcasts and whatnot. I am interested to see what Mahomes looks like when Andy Reid is gone. I just wonder how much longer he's going to keep fighting. That would be cool though to make it on Netflix. You just like scroll on Netflix and you see me, and it'll be like a thumbnail of me, right? Like every time you scroll through it, it'll be like something goofy, like where I'm like pointing or something, or like I have a football and I'm like throwing it, or like I'm laughing and there's like some woman next to me because she's my co-host. Oh, Derrick Henry taking it to the house. Oh, Derrick Henry is one of the funniest runners, man. He somehow looks like he's not athletic and can't run, but he's obviously an absolute monster. But there's times that you see him running and you're just like, you look like you've never run before. And other times you're just like, oh my gosh. Now Belichick is bad and the Patriots were talentless. Which game is bigger test for the Broncos? The Texans with their defense in Houston or the Chiefs? I think the Chiefs, without a shadow of a doubt. No question about it. Geez, is there more to football than just Chiefs and Mahomes? They try to make it not that. That's why I want to talk about the other teams. That's why I've been trying so hard to make videos about the Patriots, about the Colts, about the Seahawks. What are you watching that isn't sports related, shows or movies? That dude, I actually have another YouTube channel that I haven't really done much with, but it's about TV shows and movies and doing reviews. What am I watching that isn't sports related right now? Nothing good. The one show I'm watching is great, but I haven't finished it yet, and I don't want to say it because I'm afraid someone random here is going to spoil it. I'll trust the chat. It's Black Rabbit. I'm not really much of a gamer, actually. When my cousin's in town, I'll play some games with him, but it's usually like he's big with like Nintendo Switch, so I'll play like Mario Kart and stuff like that, but I've never been big with games. I'm trying to think if there are any good movies I've watched recently. I did binge watch the one show. I've been watching some random stuff on Apple TV. Foundation. I like sci-fi stuff. I like some nerdy stuff. When I watch especially TV shows, I do like when it's like completely out of this world. I haven't watched Snowfall, but I've definitely been on a kick where like I just want to escape. I just want to feel like I am in a different universe right now. The show Alien on FX1. Oh, the what is it called? It's not just called Alien. It's called Alien something. So I do watch. So it's funny. You know what I actually watch more of? Oh, I did watch House of Dynamite. That movie. I really like that movie. Alien Earth, right? So I actually watch a bunch of YouTube channels. I haven't watched The Boys or Invincible. I know of them. I know I'd like them, but they're also really bloody and pretty violent. And I gotta like really be in the mood for that. I don't mind stuff like that, but like I watched a bunch of scary movies recently. My cousin was in town last week and we watched I Know What You Did Last Summer, which was a trip of a movie to watch. That was so fascinating to watch. And we watched Scream 5 or something. That was a trip as well. That was watching like old movies like that. Thank you so much, Major. My Eagles put it all together around the same time as last year, league and DVU. But Tulo is starting to cook a bit. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. You didn't have to do that. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Are we going to get an Eagles-Chiefs rematch Super Bowl? I'm Nick Wright's final boss. I don't think he sees it that way. Was a tush push against the Giants a fumble? I don't know. Probably. Uncommon virtue is holding on to that. Hey, man, I'm a teacher and a coach in Chicago Central PA, born and raised. Coached a kid who was born, which is right up. I mean, that'd be awesome. That's awesome. He's a monster. I said probably a fumble. I didn't say it wasn't. Eagles can trade A.J. Brown and still make it to the Super Bowl. I don't know. Is he still playing right now? Well, has Cam Jurgens just been playing injured all this time? You think CJ's beaten Bo? Do I have a favorite sports film? Ooh. I got to think about that. I'm going to draw such a blank. Does Rocky count? How about Rookie of the Year? Let me search sports films. Rush is a good movie. But I'm sure you're talking about like regular sports. Major League is a great movie. Does Happy Gilmore count? Little Giants? I feel like I got to go with my gut and probably just say Major League. We could get Lions-Eagles NFC Championship game. Yeah, Major League Baseball is an amazing movie. Well, if Happy Gilmore counts, I don't know if you go wrong with Happy Gilmore. I used to be able to quote that movie word for word. Like, no exaggeration. But I don't know if you're saying Rocky counts now. Those movies are great because they're just different. They're not. So that's what I'm saying. Remember the Titans is good, but like, it's such a specific story. Varsity Blues. So that's a funny movie. I mean, it's not meant to be funny, but well, it is. It's a dramedy. Houston's offensive line is that's why I want to see what their defense is going to do. I don't expect the Texans offense to do much of anything. Rocky IV is the best is a crazy statement. So many people love Rocky IV now, and it doesn't make any sense. Because the two best Rockies are clearly 1 and 2. What is that movie with Sean William Scott? Oh, Dolphins about to make a comeback here. Why doesn't it make sense? Because it's definitely not the best Rocky. And no one thought it was the best Rocky. And now, like, years later, I think people start to like it more. And it's just like, Rocky 1 and Rocky 2 are like considered like genuine cinema. Like, it's like considered amazing movies. Rocky 4 is just different. I know that it's just different. Uncommon Virtue. When I made a video, I was gonna put that clip in it. When I put all my other clips at the end, which Sean Brennan, by the way, loves when I do that. I was gonna put that clip, but it had music in it. And so I was like, I don't feel like messing around with that. So I was hoping that I could just get it without the music, but it doesn't exist. So I was like, I left that out. I'd only seen that recently. He plays a bouncer who becomes a hockey. I think I know the movie. I feel like I've seen like the cover of it. I've not made any videos for UFC or boxing, no. I think Cam deeply resents that Jalen actually got the Super Bowl and the Super Bowl MVP. Oh, what's going on? Hockey? Hockey's been the number one troll this season without a shadow of a doubt. He's just been going off. You never know what that guy is going to say in the comment section. You know, boxing used to be king, and now it's like, think about the biggest fight that everyone talked about within the last couple of years. It was Mike Tyson versus, you know, Logan Paul or whatever the heck his name is. Like, that is the fight that got Colin talking about it and stuff like that. Now we might have a Mayweather versus Pacquiao fight, but it's like, bro, this is like 20 years too late. That's what I'm saying. It would be, you call it Finding Patrick or something. Yeah, I do know. But, like, I don't think enough people care about, like, a Canelo or, well, especially with UFC right now. But UFC really just relied so much on Conor McGregor and then any of those rivalries going on. What's going on, Amir? NFL is definitely king. This channel, I originally was like, I'm going to do all the sports. Hold on. Oh, the ball hit the ground incomplete. Let me see. That was a terrible replay. Yeah. What was I about to say? Oh, just that I was doing all other sports, then I realized I'm just sticking to football. Although I have the basketball channel. That's why when there was baseball games talking about, like, I'd want to talk about some of those baseball games, but, like, I don't know who's signing up for that. My roommates used to be fighters, boxers, and UFC fighters. Do I think Ohtani is the GOAT? I don't think he's the GOAT. I think he's the most versatile player. That's, oh my God, almost an interception. How do you not come down with that? Ohtani has been wildly impressive. No doubt about it. Nick Wright, the Bills beat the Chiefs in the regular season because the Chiefs are taking it easy. Smith got concrete hands. Let me see this again. Ugh. Well, that's why he's on defense and not offense. Do I think athletes should have to play on Christmas? You know, I always go back and forth with that, playing on the holidays and whatnot. I think what these guys bring to this world is such a net positive, and they make so much money, and these guys have so much power that, like, you know, like Draymond Green talked about it, like playing on Christmas, and it was just like, dude, so you and your family, you guys celebrate Christmas on the 26th. You know, it's like you live such an amazing life. And, you know, you're contributing to the world. You're given something for someone to hold on to. Because I think about the people who don't have anything going on around the holidays. That's why I made Thanksgiving and Christmas videos, because I was like, I don't know. I've spent Christmases and Thanksgivings completely alone. Thousands of miles away from my family. Would you take... Research from what their tape shows. Oh, I don't know. Julian, I have to disagree with you about Alex Smith. He was a damn good quarterback. His years in KC were very... Yeah, he was good with Kansas City. What are your thoughts on the World Series? I think that baseball needs the Blue Jays to win. I think I'm really opposed to how baseball is run. And I think it's really sad. I think they've made some great moves with the pitch clock and taking away the shift and all of that. Ooh, intentional grounding. But I think, I just hate what they were able to do. I hate how they were able to pay for Ohtani the way how they did that whole thing. You want competitiveness. You want variety. You want parity. It's important. It really is. I think there absolutely positively should be a salary cap in baseball. I mean, I think it's really crazy that there's not. And it's going to be really hard to ever get that salary cap because the players aren't going to agree to be like, they're getting like 800, 900. I mean, they're getting billion-dollar contracts. They're not, what are they going to say? Sure, we'll take only 300. I mean, like, it could be football style where like the Ohtanis are still going to get like 300, 400 million dollars. Look at Tua. Oh, it's 3rd and 12. Oh my gosh. I didn't realize it was 3rd and 12. I was like, just take the gains. But yeah. I wonder, Waddle to Denver? Do you think any college QBs are worth a first-round pick next year? A ton of teams are going to be looking. You know what's so interesting to me about drafting quarterbacks like that? There's the logic that if you need a quarterback, you just draft one. Like, let's say you didn't think Cam Ward was going to be a good quarterback, which I actually think Cam Ward can be a good quarterback. He just got drafted to a terrible team. But if let's say Will Levis even, but we'll just stick with Cam Ward. If you just really believe that you thought Cam Ward was not going to be good, there's the logic of like, well, you need a quarterback, so you may as well just you got to draft someone. And I disagree with that. I really do completely disagree with that logic. Don't waste a pick and just worry about next season. Like kind of what the Cleveland Browns did with their picks with Shador, Dylan Gabriel. It was pretty much seen that they want a quarterback this coming draft. Because for a long time, everyone said that this draft was an incredibly deep quarterback draft. And if that's the case, it's like Waddle to the Bucks? No way. I think Jackson Dart would have worked well with Kellen Moore. Ooh. Eagles fan from Louisiana. The 18-inning game was wild. And last night's game, back-to-back pitches, home runs to start the game. Did they just fumble the ball? Oh, my God. Oh, I thought maybe they could score here and make it kind of interesting. I can't even see the fumble. If they scored there, it would have been 24-13. Fourth quarter, 11 minutes. There could have been something there. Oh, yeah, it's a straight fumble. It's not even close. Happy Thursday, Daniel. Happy Thursday if you're a Ravens fan. All I have to say is that Tua was chosen over Jalen Hurts. I said enough. Dude, Tua was picked over Justin Herbert too. Sean Brandon, I would have liked. Tomorrow, it's announced Chubbs or Phillips traded to Eagles. We'll see. And McDaniel hired by the Eagles. Chubb, Garrett, or Crosby to the Eagles? I'd have to go with Myles Garrett, probably. What's going on, Mike? Just wanted to stop by and say hi. Love the content and unrelenting and stellar content you make every day. Thank you so much, Michael. I really appreciate that. Steeler Nation in Utah. Okay. It's always so cool when people living all over the place and fans from all over. Sean Brand, I always believe that teammates matter. Teammates have to perform to win. It's true. We better chance we get. Yeah, I don't think anyone's getting Myles Garrett. I don't see that happening. I agree, JCT. What is let me look up Lamar's stats here. The Ravens are about to be 3-5. Thank you, Sean. This will definitely not be a late night. After this game, I'll be signing off and going to sleep. I need it. For all the trolls out there, how we won't trade AJ for anything less than 3 first-round picks. Imagine Garrett, Davis, and Carter. Wow. Not happening, but is Happy Gomer, a happy place. It's true. Hey, man. Great content. I'm a diehard Eagles fan. Thanks for having Jalen Hurts back. I've always been curious. I appreciate that, Fernando. I am just an unbiased content creator. Bro, the Dolphins fumbled again. I know. I was hoping that they would score just to kind of give us some sort of fight here. Some sort of like, okay, there's been enough crazy fourth quarters. Max Crosby to the Bills. That's interesting. Lamar, Andrews, and Bateman on my fantasy. It's a good day for them. Mark Andrews with the 2 touchdowns. Lamar Jackson with 4 touchdown passes. Bateman with the touchdown. Derrick Henry about to get over 100 yards right now. The Broncos going to win the Super Bowl this season. My dad's doing well. He's doing way better than anyone anticipated, so it's been great, honestly. Thank you for asking. Thank you. I appreciate it. Have a good night. The fact that we were even talking about May in the same sentence as Mahomes in the MVP race. We've made it, guys. Drake May has definitely arrived. Are we sure the Dolphins aren't secretly a baseball team? Dude, at this point, they could be a legitimate high school swim team. The Broncos are the biggest threat to the Chiefs? I just think, man, this is, with this channel, talking to all the people in the comment section, all of that. I really do feel for the fans. If you're a Miami fan, you can't be a Miami fan. You can't be a Dolphin fan. Are you really sitting at home watching this game right now? You're really not. And why would you? And then, how do you feel about next season? Lamar. Just get down, Lamar. None of this is worth it. Just hand the ball off. Nick said he ranks Hurts top 5 out of respect. I don't think Nick deep down believes that Jalen Hurts is a top 5 quarterback. He acts like he thinks Jalen Hurts is better than Justin Herbert, and I do not think he believes that. You can be ride or die, but you can be a fan, but you're going to watch every single game. You're going to spend money on it. Why is Lamar Jackson taking hits right now? Doesn't make any sense. It's 28-6. What are they doing? Bo Nix is a top 3 quarterback? Nick only believes things that will help his arguments later. This is valid. Okay, now stop it there. Buffalo's coming up next. He isn't taking Hurts over Stafford or Baker. Heck, he tries to put Dak in there too. Oh, I think Nick would definitely take Baker over Jalen. And Dak over Jalen. Dude, they're showing us the Dolphins fans now, and they're just... It's a tough one. It is tough. He was pushing Baker and Dak MVP real hard this year. Derrick Henry, 3 yards shy of 100. HN, 67. I know, man. I am so tired. I need like real sleep. Laying in bed, not waking up, just pass out, where you wake up and you're just like, what time is it? And you're just like, oh my gosh, it's 10? Like I need sleep so badly. You think he'll get 4,000 yards? Well, 4 touchdowns is going to help him for sure. Oh, see, I can't stop. Julian, I had to watch your longer video of you because I thought you were a Dak hater. Which video? Wait, I had to watch you longer? Over a year ago. Wait, what do you... Well, I forget. I'm not sure what you're saying. Not too bad, William. How you doing? Yeah, so now he's going to be 14-1. Oh, can't stop. Yeah. This weekend I'm doing a whole lot of nada. Tomorrow I'll be making a ton of videos to post on Saturday. And then that's it. I got like... I got to record like 9 or 10 videos tomorrow. I'll make like 2 videos to post on Monday, or excuse me, on Friday about this game. Like, I'm not doing a post-game video about this tonight. I've got it in me. Do you think Lamar Jackson's going to stay in the game? He shouldn't. Miami had like a chance to make this competitive. They didn't turn the ball over, miss field goals, and refuse to kick field goals. That's what I mean. There isn't much to say. Oh my god. Can't stop yawning, man. I can't stop. I watch you every time after listening to Nick. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. 1972, perfect season team, 17-0. It's been a long time. What have they done since 1972? Dolphins' longest active droughts since playoff wins. 24 for Dolphins, 22 for Raiders. Jets were something, and the Bears were something. That's what I'm saying, man. That's rough. Oh! I don't know then. He needs to start talking up Lamar and Allen more then. I thought you about doing what you're doing for years. I thought about doing what you're doing for years after watching first things on Undisputed back in the day. Thank you, Envy. I appreciate it. It's been a trip. It's been amazing. I'm incredibly grateful. Beyond grateful. Tua letting it rip. That's going to be intercepted. And it was intercepted. Ooh, talk about a hit. And a flag. Is that going to be after the interception? John Middlecoff said the Broncos had better weapons than the Bears. Makes no sense. John Middlecoff said the Broncos had better weapons than the Bears. This season? When did he say that? Oh, so it was. I hope so, William. I hope so, too. Mike McDaniel's not feeling too good. But, I do always wonder what it must be like to be one of those guys where he got paid. He got a gajillion dollars. And he is the coach of the Miami Dolphins. And I wonder what it's like to just not feel good right now. What's going on, Mel? How you doing? What do you think the best division in football right now is? And who do you think the worst? AFC West, probably. I got to think about it. AFC West probably is probably the best, I think. If memory serves me correctly. I don't blame you for being bored this game. Well, after this win, the Ravens are just one game behind. And especially it'll be interesting to see what the Steelers versus the Colts do. You still got Derrick Henry running the ball. Like, you're up 28-6. Like, I wouldn't even do that at this point. He said Bo has more help than Caleb because of his weapons. But wait, when did he say that? Like on his podcast, you're saying? Like just him, or was that with Colin? He's got 11 interceptions right now. Most of the NFL. He's got more interceptions than Geno. Wow. I'll have to take a look because I listened to a bunch of his videos this last week, but I think I kind of just like jumped around. My dad's doing great. Thank you for asking. Way better than any of us anticipated, so I appreciate you asking. He's home now too, so that's good. Nick Wright did say why he hesitates to have Hurts inherently top five is because he's been the most successful with stacked teams. Madness. Which quarterback do you think last carried a team to the Super Bowl? Truly carried them. I sold all my stock on the Houston Texans, man. I was out of them. I was like, nope. Oh, Derrick Henry has his 100 yards now. I wonder if they're going to keep him in. Were they just trying to get him to 100? Cam Newton. Tom. What year? Derrick Henry, rushing yards game versus Dolphins. Previous 4 games, 31. Today, just at 110. Burrow? It's interesting. He had a bad O-line and a bad defense for sure. The whole season or carried through the playoffs? The whole season, I'd say. Not just like playoffs. And that's what I'm saying. Didn't Carolina have a top defense? Burrow was loaded on offense. He was, but he had no O-line. I mean, his O-line wasn't as bad as it is now. I'm not saying Burrow. I don't really have a strong answer. 2010 Rodgers. I was watching that game, that Super Bowl. They had it on a random replay like on Saturday because they were playing on Sunday. It was an interesting game. Man, he got such a gift, though. That Denver Broncos offense. Peyton Manning was doing nothing. Nothing. And they couldn't do it. Yeah, Jaden is a good argument. Mark Andrews, tush push. Everyone's doing the tush push now. Didn't Burrow get sacked 7 times in one of the playoff games in that run and won? I don't remember. I'm not sure. That was the Titans game that he got sacked 9 times? Yeah, but Zach Ertz is far from who he is. Terry McLaurin. Uncommon to Travis. Oh my God. Well, that's why I thought Drake May's game was so crazy against the Browns. He was getting sacked nonstop, and yet he was still near flawless. I will always reject that. I will always reject that. They claim he did it in 22, 23, 24. Is Drake May officially better than Jaden? I am not prepared to say that. Outside of Hurts, who do you think is the most disrespected quarterback? Ooh, good question. Who is the most disrespected quarterback outside of Jalen Hurts? From fans or the media? I think it might be a different answer. Because that's what I was going to say. I was going to say you could make the argument Josh Allen. Anyone who wants to blame Josh Allen for why the Bills haven't been able to win is insane to me. I don't think the majority of the media does that. Fans, Herbert is a great one. That's definitely a great one. Media most disrespected quarterback. It's anytime I ever have to think like this, I always have I need to look at a list of of NFL teams because otherwise I forget. I'm like, I gotta see the list so that their names and faces come to my mind. Let me look at this. NFL teams. Let's see here. Sam Darnold, honestly, right now. I'd maybe have to go with Sam. You could also go with Joe Burrow. Like people trying to blame Joe Burrow. Oh yeah, you said Sam. I could see Joe Burrow a little bit because people tried to blame Joe Burrow for not making the playoffs last year, which is insane. I think the disrespect about Sam is this idea that even when he's playing good, it doesn't actually matter. Or he's not actually playing good or whatever. He played great last season, got no credit. And then he got all the blame for when they lost. And then this year he's playing great right now. And they don't want to give him any credit. And again, if he loses in the playoffs, they'll somehow be they'll blame him. And it's just guys, majority of the quarterbacks lose in the playoffs. Only one quarterback wins it all. It's true. Who was the most juiced up quarterback this year? You guys got to know my answer. Although the answer has changed now. It was originally one, and now it's a different one. definitely Baker. And now it's Mahomes. How Mahomes is the MVP leader makes zero sense to me. Definitely Baker over Lawrence. People were going nuts for Baker Mayfield. Nick put him at the top of his mountain. That's insane. That's insane. Well, if it's a rich tapestry, Jalen Hurts got to be 1 or 2. It's a rich tapestry, a.k.a. I get to say whatever I want. Well, so, Goff also struggles with some of the issues that Hurts has, what Purdy had, when you have a great team. But that's my point. Mahomes is the only quarterback who can have a great team and not suffer any consequences for it. Like, that drives me crazy. I mean, if he's out there getting like 30 touchdowns, I don't know how you don't make him the MVP. Especially if they're a top 1 or 2 seed. I think also some of the magic. They were riding a very thin line. Well, that too, in terms of the best coach. Well, he could if they obviously make a deep playoff run for sure. But he's got to win the Super Bowl too to truly top it. Mahomes is going to win the MVP this year, Julian. He has the media narrative on his side. It doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense. None. Zero. He wasn't holding that team down when Xavier Worthy and Rashee Rice weren't there. Like, he literally could not do it. Okay? He could not do it. I don't understand. Doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Drake May has a better argument. Daniel Jones has a great argument. Sam Darnold. Jalen Hurts. You think Rashee Rice is overrated? Yeah, Tua and Jalen connected is pretty crazy. You think JJ is going to be able to ball on Sunday? You got the Vikings over the Lions? Do you think the Chiefs will beat the Bills? I do. Put it this way, if the Chiefs won, I'm not surprised. If the Bills win, I'm very surprised. I don't think the Bills have been playing great ball. But maybe Josh Allen rises to the occasion, like that is always the hard part to predict. That's why I had to step away from the MVP conversation because I'm like, I hated the conversation that was being had. I'm just like, I'm done. Bills defense isn't going to stop that offense. Exactly. And I don't think the offense is good enough to hang with that defense. So that's why it'll be interesting to see if they rise to the occasion. Like, both teams obviously want to show up, but the Chiefs are, from my viewpoint, the better team. How are the Dolphins this bad? Couldn't tell you, because it ain't good. I think the Patriots can definitely win the division. Jalen won't win an MVP unless he throws for 5,000 yards, 50 touchdowns. Yeah. I mean, think about how they're still trying to say that he's on this great stacked team when, like, the O-line's been struggling. A.J. Brown's not in the lineup. Like, they couldn't get Saquon Barkley going. The defense isn't as unstoppable as it was last year. And yet they're winning, and he's putting up great numbers. I mean, he's on pace for 40 touchdowns. Yeah, the Chiefs losing would be pretty devastating to them. Culture is why the Dolphins are this bad, but no one cares in Miami. And it would have to be Jahan Dotson at wide receiver 1. Yeah. I love your thoughts on Jalen's deep ball numbers. I appreciate it. The video that I just posted yesterday, or whatever day that was. Yeah, this was an ugly game. It had the chance to be competitive, but the Dolphins messed it up. Jalen just does not get the credit. I feel Jalen Hurts will be punished as long as Saquon Barkley is on his team. I don't know. They'll just credit Tank Bigsby. Anyone calling this the worst Thursday Night Football game in years doesn't remember that Broncos-Colts game in 2023. I don't remember that game in 2023. Starting a franchise tomorrow and can take any quarterback 30 or younger, how would you rank 1 through 5? Oh, man, I cannot answer that question right now. I just can't. Right now, I am not willing to put my name on a 1 through 5. Starting a franchise under 30. That's too much pressure, and I'm too tired. Is that what it was? Matt Ryan versus Russell Wilson? I probably watched the game, but I don't remember it. I don't think Dylan Gabriel has been terrible. I think the Browns are just terrible. Look at Joe Flacco with the Cleveland Browns. He could do nothing. Look at him with the Bengals. He's out there throwing dimes. People have made up their mind about Jalen Hurts, and they're sticking to it. Well, didn't we have that one game, the Rams versus the 49ers, that was like 12-6 or something? 204 yards, 4 touchdowns. Lamar Jackson. My take aged pretty well, where I said there's 0 chance that he's going to be rusty. Thank you, Cosmic. I try. I'm excited for the game on Sunday against the Commanders. Oh, thank you, Optic. I couldn't believe that was Nick's take. I couldn't believe that that's what we were going to say. He's going to be rusty. I don't know. I'm like, what are you talking about right now? This was like year 2 Lamar, okay. If Lamar missed 7 games to start the season, okay. But like, what are we talking about? The funny thing about not giving MVP to quarterback with a lot of help, that is never thing for Manning for everyone. It's true. Some Browns fans are begging for Shador. They think, man, I mean, listen, I'm down to watch Shador just because I think it'll be entertaining in the conversations. But if you think Shador is going to step in there and just now be great with the Cleveland Browns, like, I just don't believe that. I remember that game, the Rams were going through a few rough offensive games. Well, and the 49ers were also really injured as well. And Brock Purdy and Stafford did not play well. I don't know. I don't think it was raining horribly, but there was rain. I don't know if it was like, it wasn't like hard. It wasn't like, oh my God, this is a downpour. And I don't even think it was the whole game. As a Ravens fan, I'm not overly excited about this win. Yeah, I think that's fair. The Ravens were stopped a few ways that you were kind of like, okay. And the Dolphins offense were able to move the ball at moments where you're like, okay. Dylan has not looked good at all, and Shador will be bad in the same offense. The organization from top to bottom is bad. Well, that's why I want to see Shador, because at least it'll be interesting. In Chicago, you read about, was that when which game? Are you talking about the 49ers Rams game? For my 1 through 5, taking Josh Allen number 1? Could be. I do wish we could see a Josh Allen, Andy Reid duo. I've never really listened to Nick's podcast. What's Right with Nick Wright? You had that. You had the fumble. You had 2 fumbles. Mike McDaniel's really fired. They're showing highlights of him screaming and showing him just being in agony right now. Yeah, I don't remember that game. I do not think he's going to come to Philly. Yeah, you had the missed field goal as well. And then there was a time that you should have kicked a field goal, but they went for it and didn't get it. Which didn't make any sense to me. Oh, that's what what's-his-face just said. He said the Dolphins were in this game and were actually playing great, but they couldn't handle the red zone. He said they could have been winning this game. Oh my God, I can't think of his name. The Los Angeles Ram. Can't think of his name. I wonder what Howie does. What do you think will happen with the Dolphins after the year's over? Yeah, I think they're going to have to really blow this all up. Yeah, the coach was yelling at Gordon like he made a mistake. And then, yeah, you also had that drop pass that they challenged. He's saying, what's-his-face is saying, Legion of Boom is saying that it's not coaching, it's just the players. That you're not executing. Myles Garrett to Philly. NFL would lose its mind. So now the Baltimore Ravens play the Vikings, the Browns, the Jets, and the Bengals. 3-4, 2-6, 1-7, 3-5. I mean, they got some wins coming. I had a Chiefs fan say that Andy Reid was just a regular good coach before him. Dude, there's lots of Chiefs fans that say that. It's all right. They can say that Jalen needs all the help. And they'll just keep getting those rings. The NFL would open an investigation of how Myles Garrett to the Eagles. They would jump to Super Bowl favorites most likely. And then they would still say, though, the biggest weakness is Jalen Hurts. I swear he could have bottom 10 defense, and they would still say that. Yep. If they win the rest of the way, they are 12-5, but they could drop 2 in that stretch. So 10-7 might be enough to win the division. Yeah, I'm curious to see what the playoffs look like. What the wild card. Let me look at the standings. It's gonna be a little weird because we got a mismatch with games right now. Lamar Jackson's coming out. They clapping. 6-2, 5-2, 4-3. They're at 7-1, 4-3. That's 7-10. I wonder if a 10-win team makes it to the playoffs right now, the way how this AFC is shaping up. Well, and that's tough. Playing the Bills, the Chargers, and the Colts, those are real games. Most likely Ravens win the division. They think the only play Jalen Hurts knows how to run is a tush push. It's true. And apparently they're not even doing that. He was a perennial playoff coach with the Eagles and the Chiefs even before Mahomes. Yeah, he was an elite, all-time great coach. When you look at his numbers without Mahomes and see, even if he never got Patrick Mahomes, he was on pace to being the winningest coach in NFL history. Yeah, that noise made me like, what the heck? If you heard it. The narrative on Jalen Hurts is that he needs help to win. It's almost Halloween, so you got ghosts. Man, it is Halloween tomorrow. I can't believe it. You guys got your costumes? I'm going to be all dressed up tomorrow. That's what I should do. Man, if someone's breaking in, they can just have it. I'll be like, man, I don't got anything good. Like, I got nothing of value. I don't know what you want from me. I'm not even going to fight. I'm not looking at your face. I don't know you. I don't know what you look like. You can take my pillows, my blanket. I got a laptop that needs to be thrown away. I got a phone that's a iPhone 12, pretty old. That's a good idea. Oh my gosh. You just gave me such a good idea. I don't know if I'll have the strength, energy, or the ability to pull it off, but you just gave me such an idea. You got me thinking about something. I know I need like a wig of some sort, so I'm thinking if there's a way to, I can't just get a wig, but if there's something that I have that could, like a like a mop. Well, I don't got a mop. Nor would I want to put that on my head. You got me thinking about something. I gotta think about it. I'll see. We'll see. We'll see how I wake up tomorrow, honestly. A makeup artist. Where am I getting a makeup artist right now? I'll get in trouble for trying to impersonate someone. Dude, you keep giving me great ideas right now. I can dress up. Oh my God, you got me. You guys are giving me such good ideas right now that I actually genuinely want to do it. But I'm telling you, real talk, I gotta like wake up with some energy to do it. But you got me. You gave me some ideas. How was the Spurs Heat game? Oh, you guys gave me such good ideas. I got to do that now. I got so many videos I got to make. I'll figure something out. That's what I'm saying. I don't got the time to go to Spirit Halloween right now and get a wig, nor do I want to spend that money. I don't care if it costs $15. That's $15 too much. I view my money habits through like groceries. I'm like, $15. You know what I can get for $15 at a grocery store? Get a bunch of ground beef, get some rice. I'll look up Wemby right now. What did he do? What was it? Spurs versus Heat. Dude, the Sixers have been balling. Whoa, 107, 101. Player stats, Wembenyama. Oh, mama, Wembenyama. I thought he scored 40. He played 40 minutes. 18 rebounds, 6 assists, 27 points. I know the Warriors play today. Did the Sixers play today? No, they play tomorrow. And then the Warriors, they're probably playing right now, right? 110, 120. They lost. Draymond Green, Kuminga 24, Steph Curry 27, Butler 23. Pods didn't do much. Wow, they lost and Giannis wasn't even playing. Sixers have been a fun watch, man. This team right now, this young team, that one guy who had all the blocks, I can't think of his name right now. He was great. He had like 3 game-winning blocks, essentially. And Tyrese Maxey. The Sixers have a lot of players that you just like to they look like they're good guys. Edgecombe, when he made history and did all that, like his answer, I had a whole video about it on the basketball channel, was awesome. I was so impressed. Because he gave an honest answer. He was just like, no, it's amazing. It's awesome. Like, he didn't give an answer where it's like, oh, it's all about the team win. That's all that matters. Or he wasn't like, yeah, man, I believe, I know I'm capable of doing this. I put in the work and I expect it. And he didn't give that type of answer. He just gave an authentic answer of like, man, it's amazing. It's so great. I hope I can keep doing it. I hope to have a long career. Like, it was just like a genuine answer. So I love that. That impressed me more than the game itself. Well, Embiid has been playing, but he's been limited. And he's been engaged. Even when he's not playing, he's like jumping around. If that one guy, I can't think of his name, the guy who had all the blocks against, who did they play their last game where they went into overtime? Washington, I think, right? Bona. Yeah. What are your thoughts on the Lakers right now? I mean, when you have Austin Reeves playing right now the way he's playing, what's going on, Robert? How you doing? I think you got to see what the Lakers look like with Luka, LeBron, and Austin all at the same time. And I think the Lakers always are a little bit of a liability with LeBron in the playoffs because I just don't think that he can sustain 6-7 game series throughout the entire playoffs. He just doesn't have he just doesn't have it. I'm a KD truther, so I feel bad for KD. Celtics should appreciate Jason. Well, yeah, Colin, I think, had to do where Colin is right, where Colin is wrong thing. Because he was like trying to argue that the Celtics are better without Jason Tatum. And they always do that in basketball anytime a player is injured. Drives me crazy. Good night, Astro. I appreciate that very much. Yeah, Eagles got the bye. You get to watch the other football games now. Bro, do you get less than 3 hours of sleep at night? No. This week with my dad and stuff, I got legit like 2 hours of sleep. Because when was the surgery? What was that? What's today? Thursday? And then the surgery was Wednesday? Yeah. So Tuesday night, I was working, making videos and doing stuff till like 2, 3 in the morning. And then I had to wake up at like 5-ish a.m. be at the hospital at 6 and do all that. So it's been weird. I don't got no favorites. Hey, man, you got to keep grinding. At this point, it's like I got the angst. If I don't, it literally feels like I'm swimming, and if I just stop swimming, I drown. So it's like keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. I don't know what tomorrow's gonna bring. I don't know what today is gonna bring. Just put your head down, keep going, keep going, keep going. Yeah. It's for me right now, I definitely like need something to hold on to. And so this is what this doing all this has been great, honestly. I've been incredibly grateful. Travis, you missed it, man. You missed the party. I'll be on TV one day, hopefully for positive things and not negatives. The first round bye is both good and bad. I remember the last playoffs when the Chiefs looked a little rusty versus Texans game. You think they were rusty? Is that why the refs helped them out? Yeah, dude, the Dolphins were able to make some plays. Travis, did you watch this game? Maybe it didn't show that I was live because I did I'm doing like the vertical version. So it's like through the shorts. I don't know how it looks. I've tried to look at it and it doesn't show. What'd you think of this game? I know what you mean. Having something to look forward to really keeps your brain healthy. Yeah. Well, it also is like it keeps you to, it's hard for you to not what's it called? First 48? No, no. It keeps you sometimes from slipping slipping behind. You'll be on TV for what you're doing on your sports channel. Okay, I'll appreciate that. Listen, man, I love what I'm doing here with YouTube. My dad actually asked me that like a few weeks ago. He's like, if you could be on radio, would you do it? And I was like, well, are you saying would I rather do radio over what I'm doing here? And he's like, I'm just asking, if you could be on the radio, would you do it? And I'm like, I want to keep doing what I'm doing. And that's a cool thing to be able to say. Oh, that's why I came to your channel 3 times looking for your live. So then how did you guys find it? How did you eventually say, okay, I'm going there? Well, thank you, Robert. What are your thoughts on ring culture in sports, Julian? I think it's tough. I think it does ruin conversations. I think it matters and it's nuanced. And I think someone like, I think even like we can use Jalen Hurts as an example. Thank you, Mello. That even when I disagree with you, I love your channel. Keeps going. Why? Thank you, man. I really do appreciate that. What am I trying to say? I forget now. Honestly, I go back and check my comments for responses, so I always check your channel. Thank you. Me and you have had some good conversations. Nick was wrong about Lamar tonight, and I was right. Ring culture. Yeah, listen. So I think ring culture matters more. I think ring culture is interesting for the conversation around like a Jalen Hurts, actually, ironically. Because I think the conversation becomes a little bit more nuanced. It is a little bit interesting to have the conversation of like Lamar Jackson doesn't have a ring, Josh Allen doesn't have a ring, but Lamar does. But when you get to like a Mahomes or even a Brady, like the automatic like, well, Mahomes has 3 rings, that ends the conversation. Like that's what I don't like about the ring culture of how it's just automatically immediately like, well, he's got 3 rings and that's all that matters. And it's just like, well, that's not a real conversation to me. So I think it just needs to be like more nuanced than that. Do you think that Jalen Hurts can be the MVP or the media downplay his performance as they always do? I think it would be incredibly hard for Jalen. Yeah, they're talking about Jaden on the TV right now. for Jalen Hurts, I think it'll always be hard for him. The fact that he's not getting MVP hype right now, how he's playing, like that gives you your answer right now. What's crazy is that Jalen is probably a bad defensive holding call away from being a 2-time Super Bowl champion. And an epic moment, like an epic drive to potentially win the game. I wonder how healthy Joe Flacco is going to be. Jake Browning will start. I don't want that. I'm never forgiving. Yeah. I don't know. What about the refs? As Greg Olson said. Oh, he was playing out of his mind that game. As a Lions fan, I don't understand how Jalen Hurts doesn't get credit. Well, you should understand that because Goff doesn't get a lot of credit for the success that he's had with the Lions. That was one of my earlier Lions videos that I made. I remember talking about that, where I was like, I think it was about Amon-Ra St. Brown, actually, specifically, where I'm like, don't get too upset, Lions fans. Like, it's a compliment when an individual is not getting as much credit because they think your team is just so stacked. I think it was about Amon-Ra St. Brown. You think the Colts get the number 1 seed? Man, the Colts are so fascinating right now. I love seeing that type of stuff, honestly. Well, so Jalen has played better in the bigger moments. That's undeniable. And that's what I was saying about Purdy, too. Like, those quarterbacks have played well. Purdy has played well. They did this. But, like, where Jalen Hurts needs to get some of the benefit and a lot of the praise is that he's genuinely upgrades his game in the biggest moments. Like, that has to count for something. This game sure the Dolphins have some talent for sure. They just don't care about the head coach anymore. And Tua isn't a winning franchise quarterback. He needs an elite D and an elite run game to win. Okay. The Dolphins had it. They were in a position to make this game look way better than it was. Baltimore is going to be okay. I think they go on a real winning streak here, and their defense isn't as bad as it's been so far. I wonder. What about Baker? I do love how there's become a rivalry between Baker and Jalen Hurts fans. I do love it. It comes very natural for me to say things about each of those quarterbacks. Shane Steichen is an amazing coach. Do you think Baker's great in the big moments? I assume so. Which one of them is more talented, Baker or Jalen? I'm going with Jalen. It's because the Bucs and the Eagles have a bit of a rivalry. Yeah, and they kind of go way back, too. They had that one NFC Championship game that pretty much like everyone and their mother was guaranteeing that the Eagles were going to win. And then the Bucs rolled them, and then they won the Super Bowl. And then you had the Brady. You had Bucs beating Jalen in his first ever playoff game. You know, like they weren't really that good of a team. I was spamming your videos about the Bears and Caleb and Ben. Don't want anyone to tell me that I don't know. I responded to that one of those comments, I think. I don't think I got to see if you replied to my comment. So I'd actually said about Shane Steichen, and Sirianni has grown on me more, but I'd been saying when Shane Steichen left, my original thought was you could make the argument, I know it doesn't really happen in football, especially after the Super Bowl, you could make the argument that you hire Shane Steichen as your head coach. But that just doesn't really happen, obviously. Jalen Hurts needs a consistent, great offensive coach. Like we've seen essentially with every great quarterback who's had a lot of success. I just made a video about Caleb. And I put together a couple clips together. Do you think the next year will be the first year that Jalen gets the same play caller in a while? I think it all depends on how this year unfolds, honestly, and who's available. If McDaniel's available, I think that's a real play. Ben Johnson isn't the problem, it's Caleb. I think Chiefs and Eagles can be a rivalry, but they play different conferences, so I don't know how. Well, they are a bit of a rivalry. I think kind of either way, if the Eagles won in the Super Bowl, beat the Chiefs again, or if the Chiefs beat the Eagles again, you are talking about 3 Super Bowls now. Like, that matters more than the Bills versus the Chiefs versus the Ravens, even the Chiefs and the Bills, because you're talking about Super Bowls now. There's no such thing as too much help. I've seen quarterbacks with stacked teams that are supposed to be elite not win it. That's exactly. It's the they lose their coaches. It's the burden of being great. McDaniel needs some time off. He's going through it. Yeah, he can get that time off in Philly. I only ask if Jalen Hurts has too much help because fans who don't believe in Hurts say that he has too much help. I think Hurts has really elevated his game this season, honestly. And I saw it from day one. And it does bum me out that if they can get the O-line right and if they can get coaching right, like this would arguably be Jalen Hurts' best year ever. Well, and the thing is if Jalen Hurts wins another Super Bowl before Mahomes wins another Super Bowl, you're talking about the Eagles now having 3 Super Bowls since 2017. You know, since Patrick Mahomes was drafted, the Philadelphia Eagles have 3 Super Bowls. And the Chiefs have 3 Super Bowls. And Jalen Hurts has 2, and Mahomes has 3. Like, you would legitimately be like, hey, we got to talk about this Eagle. You know, we can't just say that this is the Chiefs era. This is the Chiefs-Eagles era. McDaniel with a more mature and talented QB and a better culture would be electric. That's what I'm saying. And him not having to worry about him being the head coach and just a coordinator. Is this Matthew Stafford's last season? I don't think so. I think he's playing too good. I think he'll give it at least a year. And I think the Rams will probably draft a quarterback and have him sit. And Stafford will be the good old mentor. Eagles are the second coming dynasty. That is predicated on Jalen Hurts continuing to evolve and be better. So that's what I said. I said Jalen Hurts' game doesn't jump off the screen. The way he throws, even the way he moves, watching Kyler Murray run, watching Bo Nix run is more exciting. You know, it looks more electric. It looks more physical and tough and quick. Like Jalen Hurts, like his game in isolation, it doesn't look. You're like, it doesn't look good. You're like, it doesn't feel like I'm watching something exciting. It is weird. It's fascinating. I mean, if the Eagles go back to back, I am convinced that would break the NFL. That would break the media. They would not know what to do about it. They would not be able to grasp Jalen Hurts and the Philadelphia Eagles winning back to back. They just wouldn't. And then the other teams, the Bills, the Ravens, the Rams, the Lions, the 49ers. You're like everyone's okay saying, dude, the Chiefs, it's Mahomes, it's Andy, blah, blah. Like, everyone's okay saying that. They're like, what are you going to do? You know, the Patriots were the Patriots, or the Chiefs were the Chiefs. But if the Eagles are like, hey, here we are, like, a lot of teams have to be like, wow, like, you know, they're doing it. Why are we not doing it? It's all about how you feel, Travis. Jalen doesn't have any football swagger like Lamar and Josh, even Baker. Well, and that's the thing. And that's actually what I love about Jalen Hurts. He's no nonsense. You know, Baker Mayfield's like getting in fights with people, like, after a big play, he like barks at another player. Like, I'm not about that personally. That's just me. And I like that Jalen Hurts says nothing. I respect that. I wish I was a lot more emotionally stable. I wish I had more a similar emotional stability to Jalen Hurts. But at the same time, Jalen Hurts is probably not very fun to be around. If you had to sit in a car with him and, drive a couple hours away, it's got to be really rough. He does look slow on TV. Yeah, but Tom Brady was making big throws in game after game after game after game. Like, it was just the sheer volume of it. And it's why everyone said that Aaron Rodgers was the better quarterback. Baker Mayfield does have that in him, and I do respect that. Well, and that's why if Jalen Hurts and Eagles go back-to-back, because Nick always says, only 2 quarterbacks of the last century have ever gone back-to-back. And so if the Eagles did it with Jalen Hurts, yeah, Jalen Hurts just actually has genuine belief. And he has, like, genuine calmness. It's actually not fair. Well, and that's what I was saying about, like, even using the Detroit Lions as an example, or the 49ers, or the, other great teams of the NFC, that where if the Eagles won again with Jalen Hurts, like, they have to really, like, look themselves in the mirror for a bit and be like, what are we doing that this other team can't? Like, everyone is okay with the Chiefs winning. Everyone. You just tip your hat and say, okay, that's Mahomes, that's Andy, that's Spags. He's very stoic. That's what I'm saying, man. I go on emotional roller coasters all day, every day. Jalen Hurts is just like this. Jalen Hurts, when he's losing the Super Bowl and when he's winning the Super Bowl, is just like straight chilling. It's like, come on. I go on an emotional roller coaster just, going to the grocery store, waiting in line, trying to figure out which checkout person I want to go to. He had a funny moment with the one preseason game when he wasn't playing, and it was Tanner McKee, and he was talking to I think one of the wide receivers, and he was like going like this or whatever. If you saw that, he was like doing like a weird dance, and I think he had like sunflower seeds or something, and he went. It was so funny. It was so funny. If you see that, do you think his struggles in college changed him? Yeah, oh yeah. That's absolutely going to change you. Especially when you're talking about a quarterback like Jalen, who obviously, like, a quarterback in that situation who actually has, like, the chance to get drafted and be in the NFL. Like, you get benched, you have to transfer teams, like, that's a whole thing now that you have to build and work at and figure out, like, my dream is to get to the NFL. My dream is to win a Super Bowl. And now I'm getting benched in college, right? In a massive moment. Like, that is going to change you. Right, Wilson? That's what I thought it was. Yeah, I mean, listen, Jalen's got nothing to prove to me. The only thing is, you earn your keep with consistency. When an Eagles back-to-back make the Chiefs did less impressive considering it would have happened immediately after. Plus, only Mahomes and Brady did that, arguably the 2 greatest quarterbacks ever. Would it make the Chiefs did less impressive? I don't think it would make what it means less impressive. I do think people will see that Chiefs Super Bowl that against the Eagles potentially as similar to what happened with the Patriots and the Seahawks, and it being kind of like you were lucky. The Eagles, like you were fortunate that things bounced in your favor. I said earlier that Jalen clearly got the best end of the stick during the benching in Alabama. Tua did not learn anything. Yeah. I'm not going to lie. As an Eagles fan, I thought Jalen Hurts' personality was fake. Yeah, I can see that, and I can see why people think he's fake. I do. I really understand that. And I can see why his personality is even off-putting, which is what I talked about in my AJ Brown video. I understand it. I really, really do. He can probably come off a lot as kind of like big brothering people. But I think it's different when it's just genuine and when he's just a grounded person. And he willingly gives everything up. Last year, like he literally was like, we can keep winning. Like, I'll throw for 100 yards. I do not care. That just, you got to respect that. You got to respect that. I could see that with Jokic. I could see that. Seahawks aren't going to win if they're last year Vikings. Well, Seahawks are young too, though. The Seahawks are building something. The Vikings are, man, they had it all. And now they got nothing. They're really banking on J.J. McCarthy saving them. I just don't know if that's going to happen. I'm pretty confident it's not. I love watching the Seahawks. Seahawks right now are one of my favorite teams to watch. Honestly. Especially because I get to watch the Seahawks right now through like a narrative-less lens. Watching the Eagles, such a strong narrative. You're constantly like, can this team win a Super Bowl? Jalen Hurts playing good enough? Did Jalen Hurts get enough credit for this? Right? Like, it's through such a specific lens. Watching the Chiefs are always the same. The Bills, the Ravens. Seattle, I think I've just been watching great football that, like, there's no overarching narrative. There's no, like, trying to look at it through such a specific lens. It's just been great, high-quality football. Please tell me why that defense didn't show up against the Buccaneers. I need to know. I need to know. If Seahawks and Eagles played today, who would you pick? The Eagles. I think it would be a great game. I think there's still question marks about the Eagles, though. I'm not 100% sold on their offense getting it going. And their defense needs to be better. Like, I'm not out here crowning the Eagles as, like, the bona fide top team in the NFL. Like, I thought Kevin Patullo did an awesome job against the Giants. It is against the Giants. I think the Eagles versus the Vikings was like 70-30 the players and 30% Kevin Patullo. And anytime it's clear to me that the players are taking on a big burden of why the team is successful, that will always make me more uncomfortable. Because you're just really relying on the players. You're really relying on the magic of them. And it's just clearly so much more sustainable when you're winning and playing great because it's the intentionality of the game plan, of the play calling, whatever it may be. Like, Jalen Hurts' game was because Jalen Hurts played awesome that game. I genuinely think Nick likes football. No, I said, watch. Hey, bro, Julian, your shows are always great. I'm a Bears fan. I think they're all learning and patient. Well, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. I got a Bears video coming out on Saturday that I recorded that I'm sure you'll probably like. I hope. You think this is Travis Kelce's final year? Yeah, it could be. I could see if they lose, he wants to give it one more year, but he's about to live a whole different life. He's also getting paid to talk and, obviously Taylor and all that type of stuff. I think if he wins, it's definitely his final year. He ends on top, wins the ring. He's done. Goes off into the sunset. I'm burned out by the Kelce's, honestly. I love Jason Kelce and all that. I love Travis Kelce. I just get burned out when people are just constantly there nonstop. Well, Sam Darnold's on Forever Pumpkin Watch. What's my view on the Jets? The Jets are an absolute mess. I mean, it's they're just a colder version of the Dolphins right now. Brandon Graham, baby. Well, speaking of the Bears and that video, Greg Cosell has been saying, Greg Cosell, by the way, I made a couple videos today where Greg Cosell said what I have been saying about the Packers and about the Bears, ironically. Two completely different takes. And I was just like, guys, this is what I've been saying. So it was great. Like, he was pretty much saying what I've been saying, like, verbatim, word for word. Six Flags is so random. Travis Kelce will propose after the game if they win the Super Bowl. He already proposed. It's already done. They're engaged. If you didn't know that, I respect you even more. Man, I haven't been to a Six Flags in forever. Colin definitely hasn't been able to make up his mind recently. JCT, I respect you even more now. I wish I didn't know, but it just gets force-fed. Our two biggest parks, so it kind of makes sense for him. Let's see it. I had two ex-NFL players, one of which breaks down film on YouTube, say that I've been saying what I was thinking about Ben. So I'm curious what Greg Cosell says. Yeah, it was. I think he gave a good take. It was on the herd. Colin did a segment comparing NFL. So I didn't see the whole thing. I saw the Jalen Hurts segment because I was skipping around and I saw a picture of Jalen Hurts and I was like, what is he doing? And I was like, do I make a video about this? I was like, I don't know. Maybe that'll be what I do tomorrow. Oh, I got potentially such a great idea. The truth is, I got to think about this. But he made him candy corn. I got a great Mahomes video talking about that Super Bowl. Actually, it's not just about that Super Bowl, but it's a positive Patrick Mahomes video. I had this aha moment from Patrick Mahomes, and it was also with Greg Cosell. Greg Cosell makes an appearance in the Super Bowl when you had them losing last year in the AFC playoffs. JCT, I remember. He never forgets. I got such a good idea. I got such a good idea. Did you have the Chiefs winning the Super Bowl? I know Travis did. Well, you can make the argument that that was statistically Patrick Mahomes' worst game ever. And, like, not because he just played poorly, but because of what the Eagles did. Well, you know what's crazy about CJ? How the Texans defense is so elite, and yet he couldn't get along there. You're definitely a huge Chiefs hater. You hate Mahomes. They were healthy. Look how they dominated them in week 2 without Rice or Worthy. I mean, the Eagles are all, like the Eagles are allowed to also go through some issues, right? Especially with like a new offensive coordinator, a banged up O-line. The Chiefs aren't the only team that we can give an explanation for why they look imperfect. Nick said CJ Stroud and Caleb Williams can now counsel each other on how to play better. I don't know why Nick has such an issue with CJ Stroud being supportive of Caleb Williams. Like, it's crazy to me that we want to make fun of another person who's just like being supportive in that moment, being like, hey man, you got it in you, be great. Like, he was literally giving him support, and we make fun of that. I'll never understand it. It just does not make sense to me whatsoever. I think the Eagles are the better franchise because of what they did, how they've been able to win 2 Super Bowls with 2 completely different coaching staffs and rosters. And they've been to 3 Super Bowls. I think that's insanely impressive. The one that I love is how Chiefs fans just skip a bad year because of drops. Did you see my video about Justin? You saw my video, right, about Justin Herbert and comparing that? I thought that, I'm not going to lie. Listen, I don't think every video that I make is great. I'm not out here thinking that everything I say is just amazing. I make mistakes. I'm whatever, all that stuff. I think that video was great. I think the argument that I put forward and what I was laying out, I think it should cause people to think. I don't think CJ was being arrogant. I think he was just being a good guy. I was happy to do that video, honestly. I'm happy that it all just came together, that the math was mathin'. That's what I was happy about. I didn't have to cook the books. Those things I don't seek. I think maybe like if the algorithm finds me, and if there's a clip, if there's a clip that like has an interesting title, or if like something happened, because I forget. Wait a second, there was a mic'd up vid. Something mic'd up happened recently that I remember I wanted to take a look at, and I forget now. Something happened that I was like, oh, apparently that was a good one, but I can't remember now. It might have been with Jordan Love and Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, Sean was mad, and I was like, Sean, this is not. Sean still sees it as me trying to bring down Patrick Mahomes, and that's not the argument. But Chiefs fans, you saying the year that wide receivers literally lost them multiple games, but like you don't want to offer that to Justin Herbert and the Chargers. That doesn't make any sense. Dak Prescott that year too had 29 drops. Goff, 20. I showed you the data before. Thoughts on J Love this year? I think he's great. I think he's absolutely great. How will the Broncos defense perform without Surtain? Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a huge loss, no doubt about it. There is no doubt about it. I think for me, defensively, it is always hard to get a sense when there's injuries. How deep are you? Lamar Jackson has had insane amounts of drops. Where was his excuses? Yeah, and huge moments too. They won the Super Bowl because their receivers then didn't drop the ball. Josh Allen, who played less games, had more drops than Patrick Mahomes. Josh Allen had played half the amount of playoff games that year, and yet had more drops than Patrick Mahomes. That is an insane difference of drop rates. When they played each other, he had his receivers, Diggs and I forget who else was, dropped game-changing balls. Okay? And his field goal kicker missing a field goal. Where's the excuses there? Where's the context there? I did a whole video breaking that down. That was another masterpiece of a video that I made, I think, during the summer. Yeah, exactly. Where the same season where you have Travis Kelce making like backwards diving catches against like the Ravens. JCT and Travis are extremely consistent, and so am I. And when Chris Jones pushes the guard into his lap, it is not Josh coming through. Josh coming. Well, and Travis, you also brought up the great point about Amari Cooper. That turned what should have been a huge play into like what, like practically nothing. I think Drake May got excuses. He got the benefit of the doubt. Yet Travis Kelce be getting the ball wide open. And I do still think Josh Allen is best, but that's off talent, not excuses for him. Josh Allen is the monster. Caleb, as well as this past week, checked into an awesome screen call, and Ben Johnson gets the credit for a genius call. Well, I think sometimes it can be tough to see that when you're watching. When someone's checking into that. That's what I brought up to you a little bit in that one comment. Not exactly the screen, but like when it was like, hot and whatnot. It's not always easy to see that. I'll tell you this, JCT calls out Josh Allen way more than me. That's for sure. And Travis. I remember that against the Chiefs. That first half, that opening drive was a little dicey for Josh Allen. See? Chiefs fans, this is the play that me and Travis are saying. Josh Allen checks into a play that would set up Amari Cooper for a huge play that he messed up. That would have been a huge gain. That would have absolutely changed the game. And then, yes, it was an insane blitz. Josh Allen gets that throw off and makes an unbelievable throw that his pass catcher drops. Ask yourself if Travis Kelce's dropping that. The answer is no. Yeah. Kill, and can. I get that. That's fair. Sometimes when you're watching, you're seeing them do a lot, you don't always pick up the audio. I'm always on the lookout for kill, can. I've ripped Josh Allen, but also said his teammates matter as well. JCT, I meant that to you. Travis Kelce popped up a walk-in touchdown against the Eagles to lose a game this season. Stop. Bro, we're talking about the playoffs now. Don't do that. We may not know the play because it's usually from a pass to a run. But you don't think the coach gets any of the credit for calling those two plays as well? For giving him those two plays? But also, that's for the screen, though, checking into that. Not necessarily the hot, though. you know what I mean? Kincaid could have caught that. Kelsey caught a similar ball in Baltimore where he dived far. Yeah, he like literally like dived backwards. And then he also made like the one-handed like falling down catch against his body for a touchdown. Like, what are we talking about here? I think that trade should be good. That's fair, Travis. I mean, I don't think they were doing anything like they needed to do something. I wonder what other moves they make. I always pay attention to quarterbacks' cadences. It's interesting to me how every quarterback has a different one that works for them and their team. Yeah. Watching the dynamic between a coach and a quarterback will always be fascinating. I don't think we get enough access to that. I wish we got more of a sense of how Jalen Hurts and Kevin Patullo work, Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. Like I'd love to get deeper senses of that. Kincaid drop was a prayer on fourth down. Allen was lucky he wasn't picked off by 3 different Chiefs. Are we serious right now? Patrick Mahomes wasn't lucky with that throw to Xavier Worthy. Like, really? What are we doing here, man? What are we doing here? Brother, it went through his hands. What about the Diggs drop? It's just so funny because that game, Nick Wright said that was a bad play by Josh Allen. I think Patrick Mahomes would have found a better play. And then Patrick Mahomes literally got the option. He got the opportunity against the Philadelphia Eagles. And what does he do? He literally throws a pick six. He did not do anything better. He certainly did not. Like, that was so perfect. It was so perfect. That's what I mean. It was amazing that Josh was even able to get a throw that was even remotely like a play could actually be made. Nope, Patrick Mahomes is flawless, and Josh Allen is just, yeah, he's pretty good. He's not bad. It is funny to me. Listen, I'm all for talking about when a play should have been an interception or when there was good luck. I never have any problems like that. Me and Travis have kind of been joking about that because he's been more on the defensive side of defending teams that win because of a drop or a fumble or whatever it is. And I'm always okay flirting with those conversations. I think it's always interesting to try to unpack that and figure that stuff out. What I don't like is always the inconsistency about it. Like what First Things First did with Mangini talking about how the one throw to Dotson should have been intercepted. And it's like, dude, if you want to play that game, man, then like we can talk about so many throws throughout the course of a season that could be intercepted here. Like, come on now. You guys are acting if Kincaid caught the ball would have won them the game. It would have at least put them in field goal range, and yeah, they would have been in a great spot to win the game. What are we talking about? See, but you go extreme with Allen. How do I go to extreme with Josh Allen? So you were the Nick Wright of Josh Allen, definitely. I thought I was like that with Jalen Hurts. You should make a reaction video to First Things First. I went about Mahomes and Allen eating each other. I didn't watch that. I skipped that. To me, today was really just all about I just needed to do what I needed to do. Was that a good segment? Honestly, I'm just being really honest. Like, I really sometimes struggle doing clips for First Things First about Mahomes or Josh Allen. Like, I really need to be like, I need to be prepared for it mentally. Like, it's just, everyone yells at me. They don't yell at me, but they know now. It's pretty obvious that when the Chiefs are at the top of the mountain, or, Mahomes at the mountain, or Chiefs at the rankings, like, I just stop. Because, like, I just don't want to hear the nonsense. It's just because it's just noise. And so that thing, but with Mahomes and Josh Allen, I just assumed that he was just going to be, so much praise about Mahomes and, downplaying Josh Allen. And it just, I don't know. Oh, my God. I need a better chair. And I need a chair that doesn't squeak, man. Mahomes is not downgrading. He's played really well this year. Yes, I agree. It would have won them the game. I agree. The Chiefs are going to get swept by the Broncos. That'd be wild. Everybody loves to hate on the Chiefs because their team can't beat them. Philadelphia Eagles disagree with that. Thoughts on the weird bust rate of first-round tight ends? The only objectively good tight end taken in the first round. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly. I think the draft will always be such a coin flip, and I think you're going to go on streaks and whatnot. There was a time when it felt that, like, we were reaching this era where it was going to be can't miss quarterbacks, where, like, the draft was just going to be pumping out quarterbacks left and right. And it's like, I don't know if that's the case. And now Jackson Dart. Like, people are really high on Jackson Dart right now. And, like, they were pretty lukewarm on him. They didn't, it was Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders. So I just think it's always a little bit of a coin flip. And I think we'll get streaks of, like, something, and then the media always pumps it out to being like, this is the way it is now. And it's like, this is the way it is right now. Don't know if it'll continue. What's going on, Alan? Jalen Hurts is a top 2 quarterback. Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, decision-making is subpar. They can have elite talent. Where did that comment go? They can have elite talent, but decision-making determines Super Bowls, which none of the two have. Jalen Hurts has been an elite decision-maker. That much is very true right now. It's been very impressive to see. Mahomes is now like Brady, game manager who relies on his defense and coaching to win games. Mahomes fans love saying it about Brady until Mahomes needed it. Uh-oh. Shedeur Sanders is going to be great. Just watch. We will see. I don't think so. If you had to have 3 quarterbacks right now to go win you a game, who would it be? Are they on a great team, a bad team, great coaching? To me, it always changes depending on the scenario. Well, there was a run where they said, hey, you got to pick wide receivers in the first round. And then they were like, man, the draft is flushed with wide receivers going later rounds. And then the same thing with running backs. I think it's always changing. Dude, people hated me for my Shedeur. I said I'd take Jackson Dart over Shedeur Sanders. I am happy about that. That aged beautifully. No, you need to be a game manager. I talk about that all the time. To be an elite quarterback, you need to be an elite game manager. No question about it. Yeah, Jalen Hurts is always getting shunned like that. The Shedeur take makes people think you were, oh yeah, I know. Well, they saw same thing with Lamar Jackson takes. That always drives me nuts. I've cooled off on that. I've now just kind of ignored that, or just, don't engage whatsoever. But that's like, when someone says that towards me, it's just like, have you not seen, first off, have you seen my Baker Mayfield takes? Like, have you seen my Jalen Hurts takes? Have you seen my Jaden Daniels takes? Like, what are we talking about here? People just say nonsense, man. I appreciate that, Alan. Mike Fleury was butthurt. His team got crushed. Oh, was he? I didn't see that. I've been slacking on them on NFL on NBC. So that's what I talked about that a little bit in my Mahomes video. And I do talk about that a lot with the Chiefs Bills, and it's just constantly Mahomes and Allen, and that's why, like, and I said this earlier today, and I've been saying this a lot recently, like, that's why I made such a strong effort this season to be like, I want to talk about the Patriots, I want to talk about the Seahawks, like I want to talk about other quarterbacks, other teams, other players in general. I want to be able to talk about Daniel Jones being great right now, or Sam Darnold, or Drake May, and not have to be immediately comparisons to Mahomes. And that was talking about the ring culture, when you could be like, hey, Drake May is a better, like last year, Jalen Hurts was a better quarterback than Patrick Mahomes. Like, not career, not resume, but like in the immediate moment, Jaden Daniels was playing better football. And yet it was like, you can't say that because of everything Patrick Mahomes has done. And it's just like, I just don't want to, I want to be more free in those conversations. And listen, I'm part of that too, because I'll use Mahomes so much as a reference point. But it's only because, like, you got to use him as a reference point because he's the main reference point. And so when you're trying to make a point, you're like, let's compare it to Mahomes. That whole Justin Herbert video that I made, if I used Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen or Jalen Hurts, then the video doesn't make sense. So you're kind of trapped. Yeah, man, the Blue Jays have been wild. Oh, and I know, Travis, you're going to be a big Toronto Blue Jays fan. Well, the NFL is always quarterback centered. I mean, listen, when you're watching a game, it's really hard to see the impact of a corner, of, an interior lineman. Like, you just can't always see it. So I do get the hyper focus, and it does simplify things. It does simplify the conversation, and it does matter the most. You're not really going to be able to win a Super Bowl if Lamar Jackson's not playing good enough in the playoffs. If Patrick Mahomes or Jalen Hurts can't make that big play, you're not going to win the game. Like, that's what it does more often than not come down to. Jalen Hurts is a true winner. For sure, he's proven it week in and week out. I agree. If you think Josh Allen is the best quarterback in the NFL, why don't you do all the comparison videos to him? I told you why. I just said that. How do I find watching baseball come from my background? It's interesting. I think I'm frustrated with how Major League works. I'm frustrated with the contracts. I'm frustrated that you can spend $1 billion on Ohtani and whatnot. Baseball really lost me for years with the shift and with how long it was without the pitch clock. It was brutal. And I would always say to my dad, because my dad's big in baseball, I would say, because he's always like, baseball is great, they shouldn't change anything. And I was like, Dad, the fact that I'm not watching a Major League Baseball right now, like, that's a problem. If they can't get me to watch games, that's a problem. And now with they changing the shift and with the pitch clock, like, it's definitely helped me like baseball a lot more. Baseball to me, though, can still be a grind. I really appreciate watching it on a delay so I can fast forward, because it can be a grind. And I find myself, what's the word I want to say? I think Major League still needs to work on a way. This is such a difficult thing to do, but like intentionally walking players is such a problem. Like Ohtani being walked and whatnot as much. Like, there's no real way around it. But like, you're talking about reducing the impact of like the most exciting parts of baseball, right? Watching Ohtani, watching it's like right now we're in the era right now where if so-and-so gets on second base and there's no one on first, they are walking Bryce Harper automatically. They are walking Ohtani. They are walking, Kyle Schwarber. And you're just like, those are your most exciting moments in the game. You're excited to see Kyle Schwarber up there with the man on second. You're excited to see, and so now you get one of those moments taken from you. You're like, what the heck? So it is a problem. But there's oh my gosh. Gave us an earthquake there. There's no easy solution. So that's my long-winded answer. Hopefully many of that made sense. I wish they would have a separate award for quarterbacks. I agree with that. Game length was way too long for years. Well, and that's the other thing. 162 games. They're never going to shorten it, but they should. 162 games is brutal. You can literally lose 10 games in a row and it doesn't matter. MLB and NBA are trash. They've absolutely destroyed both sports, and it's sad. How do you think basketball has been destroyed? I'm curious. Yeah, because I hit the thing. I have such a bootleg way to like prop this up. It's this like it's a stand for this, and I have to like wrap it around. It's not very good. I need a better way to do it. Officiating this season feels historically bad. For basketball, are you talking about? Or football, or both, or all? Basketball has been brutal because there's too much stoppage. It's just, there's no flow. It's just so brutal. The ref has to touch the ball on every inbound play, which you don't have to do in international. There's just too many whistles, too many free throws. It's just, and there's also too many basketball games. You can also, any game where you can just like lose 5 games and not have it really matter, you're just like, what does it matter? Like right now, on my basketball channel that I make videos, and like it is tough because I know these games don't really matter. And I'm very honest about that. It's like, Austin Reeves is balling, hitting game winners, and it's great. It's exciting. It's cool. But it's like, I don't know, man. Let me know what happens 60 games from now, right now. You need, that's what makes football a king. Every game matters. This game right here, a Miami Dolphins versus the Baltimore Ravens game, has way more importance than the Lakers versus OKC, right? The reigning champions. The Sixers, who are trying to like finally build a great team, going up against the Celtics, a huge rival. Like in the first 30 games of the season, it just doesn't matter. JCT does not like SGA's foul shooting. I hope Philadelphia Eagles trade for Bradley Chubb or Jalen Phillips. I'm really curious to see what moves they make. Honestly, that's what I like about the NFL. It's easy to follow and pay attention to every team because you get to watch one game Thursday. So that is also true too, right? Like the standalone games do help you get more. And I think also the broadcast teams do a pretty good job where, let's say, you're not watching every single game and you're not paying for every single game and all that. If you don't really know much about the Baltimore Ravens because you don't have access to a lot of those games, I think for the most part when you're watching Sunday Night Football, Monday Night Football, they do a pretty good job of like keeping you up to date with what's been going on. They're letting you know, hey, Lamar Jackson hasn't been playing too well. He's been missing a lot of throws, or, he's been banged up, dealing with this. Like, I think they do a good job of letting you know, like, what am I watching right now? So I loved KD to the Warriors. I was also in California when that happened, and it was a moment. It was a moment. I watched all those games. I watched 2015, 2016, 2017. I mean, I watched the pre-KD years. I was dialed into basketball more than I was in football at that time. Mainly the Warriors, though, because they were just so fun to watch. When they set the record with wins, like, I maybe missed like 2 games that year. I also didn't have a lot going on in my life. So, 7 o'clock games, like, let's get after it. I would love to sit on a production meeting at First Thing. Yeah, I agree. They always talk about their meetings that they have. A lot of times it's on the phone. They got their Google Drives and stuff, their Google Docs. That's why they kind of messed up the one segment with the floor or the ceiling. And Nick was like, I don't know if you want me to respond here or not. He's like, I feel like we probably should have workshopped this a little bit. Like, I do like those moments because it's natural. The Warriors were literally poetry in motion. It was just perfect basketball to watch, honestly. And Steph Curry taking over. I mean, like, it was amazing. I remember at the gym watching Steph Curry. Like the first time I really truly recognized Steph's greatness before they, won a ring. And I was at the gym working there, and like everyone's kind of watching around the TVs, and I'm just like, what am I watching? I was just like, what am I? It brought me back into the NBA. I was like, what am I watching right now? This is amazing. You would be a LeBron fan. I don't got no favorites. Kings or poverty. They are. Go Pats 94. Tua is terrible. Who's your free $1 million Super Bowl winner? Wait, what? I don't understand the question. It was so unfair, man. The Warriors felt unbeatable. They did, and they were unbeatable. They would have three-peated if KD didn't go down. And then it's widely believed that if they three-peated, KD would have stayed and tried to go for a four-peat. Man, I literally cried when KD went down. I was just like, it was brutal. That was a great series with the Warriors in Sacramento. And for a second, it felt like Sacramento was about to like be something big. And then it just all popped. How has Wake Up Barstool been? I only ever see it because I only ever see the final like 10 seconds going into the herd where he's like, I just want to thank everyone for showing up except for Joey or whatever the heck he says. And then they go into the next one. Oh, you get $1 million if you pick this season's Super Bowl winner. Oh, who would I pick? Oh, you'd have to pick the Chiefs. He did not stop Sabonis. Get out of here. That was crazy. Sabonis was like, I'm in such pain. Oh, no. Oh. Well, with $1 million on the line, I mean, come on now. I gotta, I could have beliefs that other teams could win, maybe the Colts, the Eagles, but like, you gotta be smart. You gotta be smart. Well, that's up to someone in the Bills. I mean, that's someone up to the AFC. So that was the whole thing about the ring culture. I think I think it's impossible to compare eras. I really do. And I think what's a bummer, I lost a lot of years respecting LeBron and enjoying LeBron's greatness because I constantly looked at it through the lens of he's not MJ, he's not MJ. And I feel bummed about that. And I think, yeah, I don't know. I mean, and then those arguments, I like to take things to the extreme because I think it paints a stark picture. What if you played in the NBA for 20 years and because of you, right? Not just because you were just some random guy on the team, but because of you, like a LeBron, you go to 20 finals. You play for 20 years and you go to 20 finals, but you either only win once or you never win. You would still be the most, like literally the most amazing. You went to the finals every single year. I cannot wait for the Colts game. I need to see Daniel Jones against Spags. Yeah. Well, listen, what's his face has experience. Shane Steichen. Any NFL team on your radar that's a trade away from making a run, deadline coming up? Ooh, I don't know. That's a trade away. Well, so then if we're looking at it through through a more of like a dark horse lens, I would maybe say the Seattle Seahawks. Maybe the Colts and the Patriots, right? I think they've been great teams that maybe if you make another move, you're really solidified now, or you make yourself a little bit more resilient to some injuries. I could see that. I feel like You can't really answer that if you're talking about like the Eagles or the Chiefs. I think it would have to be one of those teams who you're kind of like, wow, they're really good and they're playing well, but like, do they have enough firepower to like really enforce, hey, we can beat these great teams ahead of us or the teams that have been ahead of us? Yeah, but I just also think eras are so is so hard because the game is just so fundamentally different. I am an absolute firm believer we cannot compare Patrick Mahomes to Tom Brady even. They played with different rules. I've been saying that a ton. They literally had different rules. And that's why I always highlight that quote of Tom Brady saying, "I'm making throws now that I would have never made earlier in my career." And yet Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, like it's not just Mahomes, but any of these other quarterbacks have had that their entire career. Getting to 10 finals is more impressive than 6-0. That I don't know, honestly. But yeah, there was that one video. I think I did highlights of it of Tom Brady getting like rocked. And it just was part of the game. Like that alone is crazy. The Patriots need a wide receiver or running back, and it could change them completely. Well, if they did get like that's my point. Like, and I'm not thinking I don't think they are going to get an AJ Brown, but if they did get like an AJ Brown, you're like, whew, I don't know, man. As long as Drake May doesn't lay an egg, as long as Drake May doesn't turn into a pumpkin, you're like, you got to feel pretty great about them. The rules really do make a difference. Yo, yeah, huge. I mean, it's fundamentally changed things. Brady got up and clapped, laughed aloud, and that's when I knew Brady had a dog in him. Became a fan of him. Yeah, I'm trying to think when I officially started to respect Brady. Honestly, probably not really until the very end. People don't believe me. I still got it on my phone, and it's time stamped. When I made a whole document on my phone in my notes app as to why my family should root for the Chiefs to win the Super Bowl against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, against Tom Brady. That's why I always find it funny when people say that I'm a Chiefs hater, and I'm like, I got it on my phone. I still have it, still saved on there, and it's time stamped. And I was so mad when the Chiefs lost. I had to go for a walk. I had to call my sister-in-law. It was the middle of the night. And I was just like, it was such a bad football game. So I don't think they're trading AJ, but I don't think they're afraid of cap hits. They've already Jerry Jones. Howie Roseman has already shown that he is dealing with big cap hits. Dude, I mean, they'd have to completely fall apart, New England. I mean, they'd have to deal with some injury. Like it would have to be a fall off. Yeah, I mean, what he did with the Bucks is obviously wildly impressive. Do I think dynasties are bad for sports? Yes and no. Colin has talked about how he thinks dynasties are really important. I mean, listen, you can make the argument, like let's just use the Chiefs as an example. The Chiefs have been divisive, Mahomes winning a lot, people having issues with like the reps, the constant comparisons to Tom Brady, Josh Allen, whatever. And like, I think you could make the argument that was kind of good for football to a degree, like the Eagles going into the Super Bowl. Just put it this way, the Chiefs. A lot of people felt that they wanted the Chiefs to be stopped for that three-peat. And you did get a sense that people were like, oh my God, like we need a superhero. And they thought it was like Josh Allen. I remember they compared Josh Allen to like Batman. And you had this sense of like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. And then the Eagles did it, and the Eagles won, and that was like the most watched Super Bowl. And it was like a part, like it was you were part of something. Whereas if the Eagles beat the Baltimore Ravens in the Super Bowl, it's not a moment. It's a big moment for Philly, obviously, but it's just like, I don't think it hits that hard. But now, if the Chiefs three-peated, I really am a firm believer that that would have really harmed football, really harmed football conversations. We talk about ring culture. I mean, like, it would just be Mahomes three-peated, the Chiefs three-peated. Like, there would be no other conversation. And so when you do have a dynasty, like, I will confess, like, watching basketball, like, as much as I supported the Warriors, it was kind of a bummer that you knew, well, it's going to be Golden State versus Cleveland. It's going to be LeBron versus Steph in the finals. And, like, that's why this year right now is really fun. You're like, is it the Colts? Is it the Patriots? But if it is a new team every single year, then then you are a little bit lost. I think that's the problem, and that's what Colin was arguing about basketball, is that it's just like right now it's a new winner every year, and it's like it doesn't unify people. It doesn't either unify them because they're excited about the greatness, or that they're all unified because they want this team to lose. And that's actually what makes the Eagles and the Chiefs so unique, because they both have massive fan bases, and they both have massive support that transcends just their fan bases. The Eagles are wildly popular and the Chiefs are wildly popular, but they also hate them both too. Like, the Chiefs fans have way more haters than like the Bills or the Ravens. The Eagles have way more haters than the Bills and the Ravens. And I'm just using the Bills and the Ravens as a reference point. So it was pretty fascinating to see the Eagles and the Chiefs go. Like, you had plenty of people who were rooting for the Eagles to beat the Chiefs and the Chiefs to beat the Eagles, who are not obviously Eagles and Chiefs fans. But then you also have plenty of people that are rooting for each individual team to lose. And that's what I talked about a lot of people in the comments section, where they were kind of saying, like, I'm trapped in this game. I don't know who I want to lose. Like, I don't know who I want to lose. Like, you know, like talking to Grover and whatnot, like, you know, Cowboys fans, they were just like, I want the Chiefs to lose. I don't want Mahomes to three-peat, but I don't want the Eagles to win either. Like, that does create something. It really does. If the Lions made it to the Super Bowl, the narrative would have been like the Lions and the history of them, but it just would have been a little bit different. If the Commanders went to the Super Bowl, you know, Jaden Daniels, rookie, like that narrative is just, those narratives are very specific. And I just think that, like, you know, so that's my long-winded answer. I went on a nice little rant there. You just asked, you're like, dude, I just asked about dynasties, man. Well, and that's the thing. You do need villains. You absolutely need villains. Although with this channel, I find myself rooting against teams less. And like, I used to be way like, I'm watching this game just to see this team lose. And I don't really have that as much anymore. Well, yeah, and that's the thing. Well, and that's the thing about, you know, Drake May not getting talked about before. Like, I want to be more comfortable just constantly having the conversations about these quarterbacks or these teams and what they're doing. And like I said earlier, just like not be like, I think the Colts are a great team, but like, I don't know, they can't beat the Chiefs in the playoffs. I'm not going to watch them through that lens every single week. Why is that interesting? It's so hard starting your own thing, but it's pretty good once you put something out. It's tough though. Mad respect for anyone who tries and does. Hey, you're doing it. Eagles out here beating teams and harming their legacy. They are. I never got tired of LeBron in the finals. I got tired of Steph and KD as his opponents. I got tired of LeBron in the finals. Nobody hates teams that don't win. Chiefs were beloved before they started being successful at the highest level. Well, the Eagles are successful too. The Chiefs and the Eagles are the two most successful teams of this generation. It is just an indisputable fact. The Chiefs have 3 Super Bowls. The Eagles got 2. The Eagles have been to 3 Super Bowls. Chiefs have been to what, 5? Well, the Eagles are right there. Chiefs were beloved at first because they grew tired of New England. That's fair. I think also people got annoyed too is because, again, it's the constant... One, the fans get crazy. If your team keeps winning, the fans do start to feel themselves, and that's just can be exhausting a little bit. There's times that I'm pro a team. Like, this happened to me with Jaden Daniels last year. I was mega high on Jaden. I was preaching, saying they're going to win playoff game. Like, I was all about Jaden, all about the Commanders. And they were all like, you're the best, you're amazing, you're great. I'm like, thank you. And then something shifted a little bit, and I saw some of them get, like, really confident. And they were like, they're going to crush the Eagles and this or that. And I was like, I don't know if that's going to happen necessarily. And then you start to feel yourself being like, now I want the Commanders to lose just to prove you're wrong. Like, everyone was like, oh, Jaden Daniels and the Commanders are going to be on a runaway train this season. And again, I'm a huge believer in Jaden, but I'm like, guys, it's still going to be hard. You're not going to be undefeated. You're not going to be unstoppable. This stuff takes time. And then I find myself being like, well, I hope Jaden Daniels loses, but like, I don't actually want that. But sometimes when it gets heated in the comment section, you're like, all right, man. Feel that way with Lions fans sometimes. Where I'm like talking about the Lions, and then and I'm pumping the Lions up, but then you see some comments, and I'm like, now I want the Lions to lose just so I could be like, see? Stop counting your chickens before the eggs hatch. I'm an Eagles fan, but something telling me the Lions going to win it all. They got to stay healthy. Eagles are painted as the villains, as they are far from it. We're hated because our fans are vocal. Well, the fans get so misaligned, and now there's the whole media thing about like, the penalties and this or that. LeBron's game is just like, I don't know. How can anyone disagree with what? Why isn't people honest about Caleb? He's so inaccurate. I'm a Bears fan, and don't let Chicago media fool you. We as fans are terrified. Travis O'Shea would like some words. We are completely irrelevant for 50 years. Some Chiefs fans never got to see success. The ones that made it through. Yeah, no, it's true. That's what I talked about with Sean Brennan. He said that's why he's so grateful for Mahomes and whatnot. He's like, because it's been so awful. And he's a season ticket holder. And that's where the Eagles separate. Because the three most successful teams of the last 25 years really are the Eagles, the Chiefs, and the Patriots, obviously. And so the Chiefs, though, only have this concentrated success within the last, 7 years or whatever. Whereas the Eagles did have a ton of success in 2000, 2001, 2, 3, 4. They had those other runs. The Lions are a physically aggressive football team, and you have to match their energy. That's definitely true. They're always ready to play. Nick Wright is inseparable too. Sometimes which also gives the Chiefs well, that's true too. And he knows it. But obviously, Nick Wright and First Things First is an insanely popular show. And if you're gonna and he leans into it, he trolls fan bases. He does that. So it makes sense. Travis O'Shea's talked about that, where he's like, I'm a huge Andy Reid fan of Mahomes and this, that. He's like, but Nick Wright makes me want them to lose. And I'm like, yeah, I get it. I'm more patient with Caleb Williams. I see this season as Caleb Williams' rookie year. They threw snowballs at Santa. It wasn't the real Santa Claus. It was some random guy in an outfit who was half dressed. It's not a real thing. And I don't know if they really knew how injured Michael Irvin was. It was also different times. Now the Eagles fans, when Scadaboo got injured, they gave him the biggest applause and respect. He got a standing ovation. They could not be kinder. And that was to a running back who is obviously very outspoken, very energetic, is doing backflips when he just dominated the Eagles. They were laughing and chilling, and the Eagles had every right to be like, boo, I hate you. You're the worst. And they gave him nothing but respect. Bringing in pizza and cheesesteaks. Could you imagine how annoying Nick would be if the Chiefs won the Super Bowl this year? Yeah. Well, and that's the problem. It ruins a good sports show. What Howie Roseman has done with the Eagles is, what's even crazier is that Howie Roseman almost got forced out of Philadelphia because of Chip Kelly. That's the craziest thing. Howie Roseman almost never became Howie Roseman, or at least he would have had to have gone somewhere else. And then who knows, because he could have gone to New York maybe or whatever, but you have to have the owner. You have to have Jeffrey Lurie who's willing to put out the money, the guaranteed money, you have to have the resources. Yes, I think Eagles fans have grown up. That's true too, Ray. They're winning, so they're happier. Yeah, moving on from Tyreek was massive. And that aged very well. I mean, you traded Tyreek Hill for a couple refs. Yeah. I actually think the Eagles and the Cowboys have been one of the more fun rivalries over the last like 20 years or so. Like that the Eagles Cowboys game for the most part always hits pretty hard. But now we have really entered the era. Like it's interesting. The Bills and the Chiefs game, it's not that I'm not interested in this game, but I do find myself somewhat burned out from this game. Maybe if I felt like the Bills were having a little bit better of a year this year, but I do find myself a little bit burned out where it's just like Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, like everyone always tries to act like this single game means something, and it doesn't, especially for the individuals of Mahomes and Allen. If Allen plays great and they win, it's like whatever, you can't do it in the playoffs. If Mahomes wins and plays great, it's haha, Mahomes owns Allen. Like it's just, I don't know. They both play great, but one has to win. It's just, I don't know. Again, I'm excited for the game, and it's going to be a great game, I hope. But, like, yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think of what matchups I'm most excited for right now. I think it would have, if the Commanders were healthy, it could have been Jaden Daniels, the Eagles, and the Commanders. I think that would have been really fun. Yeah, well, it's always fun when you're part of the dynasty, when you're rooting for it. Listen, first things first owes the Kansas City Chiefs a lot of credit. Nick himself has pretty much said, I don't know if I'd be here if it wasn't for Kansas City. Well, that's the thing, Chiefs fan. Like right now, it actually does matter because of like they need to win for like their seeding and whatnot and standings and to win the division, no doubt, right? But like that's the thing, they played 10 times, and it's like again, I'm all for it. You're watching two of the best quarterbacks to ever do it, so that is great, that is awesome. But like, I don't know. I think I'm a little burned out from the going back and forth. And I think I'm a little like about the conversation of the back and forth. And it's tense. Honestly, it is tense. Watching the Chiefs Bills game last season, especially when the Chiefs were undefeated, like that was a stressful watch. That was then Josh Allen, the Buffalo Bills go for it on fourth down, and I'm like, oh my god, I don't know. Maybe just kick the field goal, but then Patrick Mahomes has the ball inside 2 minutes or whatever, and I'm like, I can't handle this right now. This is too stressful. It is annoying. It is still going on. Your phone is glitching, Travis. My daughter is only 8 years old, and you continuously harass her on WhatsApp all hours of the night. Okay, I have to remove this person. Okay, what is going on here? Hide user on this channel. People, man. Who does that? A weird thing to do. People always do weird stuff like that. It's not as bad here, actually. I'm not burned out. I want Josh Allen to have his moment to knock off the Chiefs in January. That is. I do think that's an important moment to have for the sports talk world. Well, that guy wasn't even spelling it correctly. Harris? Like who? Nico? Forgot what I was going to say. Dynasties, Chiefs. Well, and that's what's interesting. Even the NFL is like, we're not making this a primetime game. I mean, think about it. They didn't make it Sunday night. They didn't make it Monday night. Wasn't last year it was a Sunday night game? I don't remember now, actually. Well, yeah, if he beats the Chiefs and then like loses to the Eagles or the Lions or, whoever, that, you know, he would be a Super Bowl loser, not a Super Bowl winner. Josh Allen and Mahomes golf a lot together? Really? What are professional athletes' obsession with golfing? They all do it. Travis is confused. Travis is like, huh? They're out there golfing? Wait, what? Yeah, but the Buffalo Bills aren't a good enough franchise. I'm not saying golf isn't great, but professional athletes like love it. It becomes like such a part of their identity. I've never been able to get into golf. I golfed a little bit when I was younger. I even went to golf camp for some reason. I mean, I've been to every sports camp. Golf, baseball, soccer, tennis, like literally everything. That's true. Well, yeah, Chiefs, you should be happy that Sean McDermott's out there doing that. I mean, golf camp, it's, like that's whatever you're thinking, cut it in half, okay? Like it wasn't anything that special. You're rich to me, Travis. Yeah, I think, you can be friends and still want to absolutely crush the other person. Like you always have respect for your opponent. You're always gonna have that respect. You see these guys do it all the time. After the games, they're always laughing and talking to each other. These guys also all have other lives. They all go home. That's the thing too. I used to always say I have no friends on the field or court. I have no friends. I would turn on a switch and I'd go full psycho. Not saying it was right, just saying how it was for me. Gotta be for me. You gotta be ruthless. Brady and Peyton Manning, for example, not Eli. Are Brady and Manning real close? Like I wonder how often those guys talk now. I mean, they're all part of the club, but like I wonder. Yeah, well, that's what happens. At the end of the day, man, like, you go home, got your family, like, yeah, I'm sure, Travis. It's the way it has to be. I think Herbert does, but they got to stay healthy. Like that's what it all comes down to. I mean, Herbert's been unlucky with all of that. He either has a bad team or the team's injured, bad coaching. Okay, I want to see if people are commenting on my thing. Will Twan is blowing up my comments right now. I don't know what he's even saying right now, but he's coming at me. The 2024 NFL regular season MVP to me was hijacked, stolen from Lamar Jackson, handpicked, and given to Josh. Just be saying a lot of stuff right now. Wait, can we keep him? What can we do to keep him healthy? Man, I don't know. A lot of it is a luck thing. Some of it is how you train. You know, there is a science to it. There's definitely, a work component of it. Sometimes it really is just legitimately luck. Well, that's what I'm saying. You do have, like, the 49ers keep dealing with a lot of injuries. The Lions keep dealing with a lot of injuries. Like, those things do matter. It can be something. It can be how the coach runs practices, an emphasis on strength and conditioning. Do you think the Broncos can go on a deep run? I think that completely depends on Bo Nix. Obviously, you guys know I'm super high on Bo Nix. I think Bo Nix, throughout the course of this season, you have to feel, wow, that is a top like he is playing. Hey, that is a top quarterback right now. Now, like, no, he's looking good. He's growing. You got to be like, wow, that is. I cannot wait for the next couple of years. Or can you believe this is only year 2? You're gonna need to have that type of you need to have that type of feeling about Bo, I think, for the Broncos to truly feel threatening. Could be. I feel like the NFL now is trying to go all in on players' wives and girlfriends, and I do not support it. I do not support it. Lamar was never going to win a third MVP with no playoff success. He deserved it last year, but voting is done by biased sports writers. It's never objective. MVP is so diluted now. Will you say that if Patrick Mahomes wins the MVP this year? Or you be like, that's right, MVP, let's go. I do believe in Bo Nix. I think she's a singer. You know what's funny? I don't really know who she is either. And I was going to look it up one day, and I was like, you know what? I don't want to do this. And I stopped myself. I was like, I think she's a singer. I don't know who she is. It doesn't matter. And I just was like, I'm not doing this. I'm like, I'm not doing it. Well, Justin Herbert also starts to get older, too, at that point. And Harbaugh starts to get older. I don't know if they have voter fatigue with Mahomes. Let me see. What else is Will saying to me right now? Well, prior to Monday night, Patrick only had 2 interceptions, 18 total touchdowns. Okay. Ever non MVP season of Patrick Mahomes' career is now considered a down season. Okay. Laugh out quarterback discounting. You discredit Patrick Mahomes 95% of your content. Yak stats negative for PM15, but positive credit to Andy and the Chiefs pass catchers. It does make me laugh. Yeah, the MVP award has gotten pretty bad now and how it's voted for. It's sad, to be honest. Yeah, that's why I told you guys this a lot. Like, that's why the MVP conversation this year, like, I actually was just like, I'm not really messing with it. I'm done. And honestly, I had the conversations a bunch last season, and it was like, things get weird with the conversations, especially because it was coming down between Lamar and Josh Allen. Those conversations get weird. Those conversations got weird, and I realized, like, I don't really want to have those conversations. The same thing with Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow, and I'm like, it's not what I'm looking for. Yeah. He also doesn't like me. So I don't know why he watches me. Well, that's exactly what I'm talking about. It gets weird when you start talking about quarterbacks like that who are different. And I'm just like, guys, I'm not trying to have that. Do I think Burrow comes back? To me, it felt like the timeline he had no chance to come back. I guess maybe if they're right there, I don't know. Burrow, I mean, that's such a bummer. Burrow is an elite quarterback. We are absolutely positively being robbed of greatness. I mean, if the Bengals were functional, if the Ravens could be a little bit more functional and the Bills could be a little bit more functional, you're talking about an AFC that the playoff games would just be bonkers. Chiefs, Bills, Ravens, Bengals, 4 of the greatest quarterbacks to ever do it. Like, we'd be so spoiled. But we do get a little robbed in these moments. I am high on the Packers. I do think Jordan Love does need to prove himself in the playoffs. I think Jordan Love has matured a tremendous amount, and I'm incredibly impressed. I loved how he looked against the Steelers. But, like, I can't tell you that I have, like, unconditional confidence in the playoffs with him. I think that's something that you really have to earn. You have to really show it. And honestly, what he did against the Cowboys, that game was so easy from the jump. It just that you don't really learn much from a game like that. Yeah, they blew him out and he played, great, so to speak, but that game was so easy. It just was. So I can't say we've seen it. In the last playoff game, we saw him, he was awful. I mean, he just was. That team was banged up. That team had its problems. That's all true. He was still also awful. He was making bad decisions. Would you rather have a full... Oh, man. Come on now. What's the deal with McDaniels? Is he a solid culture with a bad team? Yeah, I think you make the argument that he's a great offensive coordinator and not a great head coach. Those are very different things. You think Burrow comes back? Oh, I already answered that. Burrow needs defense. Burrow needs an O-line. He needs to be protected. He just needs like a half a defense. He just needs something. More trust. Bo Nix versus Jordan Love. Ooh. I was very impressed how Bo Nix composed himself in the playoffs against the Bills. I was very impressed. Right now, Bo Nix has not taken some huge, what's it called? What was I trying to say? I was expecting Bo Nix to show me a bigger step this season, and I haven't seen that. It's not that I don't believe that he won't, but I just haven't seen it just yet. And I have seen Jordan Love take a step right now, so I think it's a tough one. I think right now in a single game, not playoff games, nothing, I think I'd probably feel more comfortable with Jordan Love because he's more experienced. And I think it's clear that Bo Nix is still learning and growing. And obviously Jordan Love is too, but he does have more of a foundation. And he does have a more proven track record, I'd say. And I think both quarterbacks who have proven this, when you're down, when the game's getting messy, whether it's a shootout, whether you're down big, they're both more than capable of bringing you back. Yeah, the Bengals are ruining him. Matthew Stafford and the Detroit Lions. So I'm saying, man, if I'm Joe Burrow, if I'm what's his face? Josh Allen, like I'm trying to get to LA. Matthew Stafford's leaving, he's done. We saw McVay do it with Goff and Stafford. I'm sending him my number on a cocktail napkin in a resort in Bermuda, wherever the heck they were. Love has a huge... Love can make, like, any throw out there. I mean, they should try to find themselves to McVay, Kevin O'Connell, Shanahan. I mean, you do that, you're popping. Allen and Burrow should both go to the Rams. I agree. That would be awesome. A 1-2 punch. I mean, we've never seen that before in a real way, but like, I'd love to see something like that. Love doesn't believe in love when it matters. You think he lacks the confidence? Love's arm is so strong. His deep ball is legit. And in the 18-20 deep out from the opposite hash is top notch. Yeah, he makes some big time throws. There's not a single throw that he can't make. And that's part of his problem because he wants to make every single throw. That's why I said I was so impressed with his game management against the Steelers. And that is what Greg Cosell said. Just saying. Love is so far. Watching him is so much fun. Yeah, he lets it rip. He definitely does. You think the Ravens make the playoffs? I'm going to say maybe. I can't give you a hard answer right. I got to look closer at the schedule. I don't think it's as straightforward as we want to believe it is. I'll say that. I don't, they definitely have a great schedule to do it. But I do think they need the legitimate benefit of the schedule. Yeah, and the Steelers have a tough schedule ahead. He's definitely making better decisions right now, Jordan Love. Mahomes, Allen, and Lamar will be missed when they are done playing. Oh, yeah, absolutely. So, and that's the thing that you do got to respect about Mahomes, Allen, Lamar. They do rise to the occasion. And, that's why I'm excited to see even what this Bills-Chiefs game looks like, because I don't think the Bills have been playing super great, and I'm excited to see, is this game competitive? How's Josh Allen playing? And, like, if this is a great game, if this is a competitive game, if this is a game where you're like, it's a one-score game, like a true one-score game, 6 minutes to go in the fourth or something, like, these guys always show up, Joe Burrow versus Lamar, and they've done it for years and years and years at this point. And, like, we get Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels, like, they're supposed to be, like, the new era of that, and you're like, let's go, Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams, and, like, just wasn't, it wasn't quite it. Like, I don't think Caleb played great that game. Jaden Daniels fumbling the ball, you're just like, this doesn't look quite right. And so you do got to give them credit for being able to show up, man. They show up and play at the highest level consistently. And, you do got to respect that. And the truth is like, we need Caleb and Jaden and Drake. We need that new batch of quarterbacks to be able to do it, to put on the show for us. And the other quarterbacks haven't necessarily done that. Listen, Jalen Hurts and Dak Prescott have, and they're different ages. Jalen is always kind of both. Jalen and Dak are both like bridges. Dak is more of a bridge to the older quarterbacks, to the other quarterbacks who are about to be old, and Jalen Hurts is like a bridge to the younger quarterbacks, to the middle quarterbacks who are about to Allen and Lamar and whatnot. They're both kind of at interesting times in their careers in terms of an age perspective, and We haven't seen like crazy back and forth match, and that's the Cowboys versus the Eagles. That's that's embedded, and yet like I can't really recall this like great back and forth awesome game where you're like, that's Dak, dude, that's Jalen, ballin'. You believe the Ravens have to beat the Steelers twice, and they definitely can. How about Danny Dimes? Dude, he's legit. Their schedule is super soft. Yeah, they have zero margin of error, and they have the schedule for it. I really would love to sit down with one of these guys like Cosell, or even watch a game with Colin or John or Nick. So would I. I wonder what that would be like. I wonder how they actually go about watching the games. That's what I'd like to know. John Middlecoff is a little bit more open and honest how he talks about the games. How he's like, yeah, I got like the main TV and I'm half watching this other game. Like he's pretty forthcoming about that. What's crazy? He said he'd rather have Eli Manning's career over Aaron's. What's crazy is that Mahomes and Allen Lamar are still young, but they feel like they aren't part of the newer generation. Because that's the thing, they're not. They're on that cusp. They're going to get older before our eyes. And it's going to be a bummer. Do you think this year's Daniel Jones is more what he actually is or a flash in the pan? I don't think it's flash in the pan. I think you got to have a good situation. And I do think that there's other quarterbacks who can be more resilient. Like a Mahomes. Like I always say, listen, I don't think Mahomes is winning Super Bowls with the Carolina Panthers, but it doesn't mean that I think that he's then Bryce Young. People always use that as that, that saying that I use as a way for me to downplay Mahomes, but I do think that like a Mahomes, a Lamar, and Allen are way more resilient to a bad coaching staff, bad O-lines, a bad team around them. Yeah, I responded to your comment. And I think maybe like the Daniel Joneses, the Sam Darnolds, like they're going to need a better situation. So, just like a situation matters to even a Patrick Mahomes for him to truly be unlocked. Yeah, I wonder on they watch the game and what they think they see. Well, I do know Colin takes notes, and that's actually where I got the idea to take notes. I had no idea. I mean, when I first started watching games to like make content, I was like, I didn't really think about it, and it was like Colin would be like, I got all these notes when I on the podcast, and he would like lift up like a notepad or whatever, and I was like, oh, that's a good idea. Like I should do that, because especially when you're watching the game at first, I'm like, I'll remember this. I'll remember that it was Watson coming down with that big catch on 3rd and 7, and then you like watch the game and you're just like, wait, who caught that ball? Was that the 3rd down or 2nd down? Did they score a touchdown on that drive? What was the score? And like I'm like, then I realize like I got to keep taking notes, and then it stresses me out actually, like when to take notes, when to let something go. I wish I could make it more regimented. I also believe someone like Colin and Nick, like they have a team of people. Colin sometimes comes up with stats, like even on his podcast, where he's like, so-and-so was 7 for 8 on not on 3rd downs, that's easy. But like he says, he'll bring up certain stats that I'm like, where is he getting these stats right now? Some of those stats you don't see until the next day, and I still don't even know where he's getting them. And I feel like he still has his team, like if I had all the money in the world, if I had like a team, I'd be watching the games, but then I also would want someone individually to watch the games. And I want you to like give me all the notes now. Like I would be like, each game, I need you to give me a 2-page write-up, any of the stats that they announced during the game, give me any of the key numbers, whatever it is, anything random, like they've been 3rd and long, average 3rd down is 7.8 yards. Like, give me all that type of stuff. You do need a team. You got them making graphics for them and all that. Like, it's not easy to do it all yourself. 100% coaching matters. Andy Reid was exactly what he needed. He saw so much of Brett in him. Oh, yeah. I've never watched the Nick's podcast. Only time I ever really heard Nick off First Things First is when he was on Colin's podcast. And they had a really interesting conversation about like sports talk and things like that. Those guys watch the games like a job because they have to talk about all of them. then a guy like Cosell actually goes back and, well, and that's the thing. Cosell is always watching the film. And what I do like about Cosell is, like, he always says this. He's like, I'm not here to make any value judgments. I'm not here to give you my opinion. Is Caleb Williams a good quarterback? Will Caleb Williams become a better quarterback in the future? He's like, I'm not here for any of that. I'm just telling you what the film says. That's it. You could disagree with me. You could agree with me. I'm just telling you what I see with the film. I'm not here to construct narratives. I'm not here to do anything else. I'm just here to analyze what did the film say. And I like that. I respect that. Yeah, note taking is one thing. I've been doing that my whole life, but they think they see is what I'm wondering about while they are watching. Do they say, "Oh, Bo has press at the top"? Yeah. So I don't think so, Travis, because from my perspective, from someone who obviously is taking notes and trying to talk about these games, it doesn't come up enough. What someone like me, and obviously, like, I'm not Colin, I'm not Nick, I'm not those guys. You're mostly like looking like at through the lens of like, did Jalen Hurts succeed in that moment? It was 3rd and 7. He was flushed out of the pocket. Did he make the right decision? Was it the right play call? Like, it's just you're looking at it through that lens more so, because that's going to be the conversation more so. So at most, I'm looking at things, if I ever get that nitty gritty, and I am thinking like, okay, that's why I was asking you before, like, okay, who am I giving credit for that play? I talked about Jalen Hurts recognizing he was hot in one of my videos that I recorded that I'll be posting on Saturday, and it's like we talked about kill, and those moments, changing the play up at the line of scrimmage, seeing if the defense is in man or zone. I feel like that's the cap. Anything more than that, and I'm not so sure. I think it just kind of it's just, I don't know. And that's the thing, you are going to look at it way different. And that's why the way how Colin and Nick and so talk about it, it's just different than if you're watching the quarterback school or whatever the heck it's called. It's just different ways to consume it. And I like both. I enjoy both, but I also know what I'm more naturally better at. Hold on. Look, Seattle is in quarters. Look, that's what I'm saying. I don't think they're doing that at all. See, with Cosell, like you had said about 2 NFL QBs seeing the same play and seeing something different, I like to hear what someone like, well, so that's, yeah, exactly. It was really interesting. What's his name? What's that guy's name? Kurt? I think his name is also Kurt. And it was interesting to see them both disagree about something that feels so fundamental to quarterback play. And that's also the thing about coaching and even being a quarterback. Like, Kurt Warner has had very specific coaches. So he has a very specific lens or philosophy in what you should do, where the responsibility falls for something specific. Whereas if he was coached by someone different, he could have, been instilled with a completely different mentality. So that's the thing. I was stressed out about that too, Travis, where it was like, we don't really know. We are not in the meeting rooms, and I get that. But at the same time, then, like, we can't talk about it, though, then. Because that's the truth. Because this is what I said to you, I think, like, last year or whatever. Like, it used to stress me out because I'm like, that was a bad play call. But I'm like, who am I to challenge Sean McVay's play call? Like, who am I to say that was a bad play call by Sean McVay? Like, I know more than Sean McVay? Of course I don't. But you do have to give yourself the freedom just to be like, nah, I think they should have ran there. Or they shouldn't have gone for it on 4th and 2. They should have just kicked a field goal. Like, you kind of just got to give yourself permission, I think. It's just, just is what it is. Hold on, I'll get to that. Nick enjoys rage baiting. He does. He likes to troll, and he wants to be the heel. That's why he does the banners. That's why he leans into that. Well, yeah, it was smart to hire Vrabel. The Patriots definitely were smart. First things first is all about rage bait and clicks. They even mentioned being dishonest to driving the game. They said that? When did they say that? When you were not in those coaching rooms, there was a ton of back and forth, for sure. What do you think Nick loves about Caleb? I think he saw Mahomes in him. And so that's what he was expecting. He was expecting like a Mahomes light. He saw the success that he had in college and felt that it was going to be even easier in pros because he was going to have better coaching and better players around him. Well, and that's why also when I'm trying to, draw conclusions about certain things, like I do like hearing other people's comments. I like reading the comments even from people. I'll listen to you, other people, get perspective, listening to I obviously form my own opinions, but then I'm like, well, what does Orlovsky have to say? What does Colin even have to say? Because Colin, will bring up interesting points, and Colin also will have insider information. Whether it's always accurate or not, who knows? But like some of these guys do have access to things that like Colin is talking to GMs. He's talking to owners. He is having like real conversations with people that like I'm not having with, and so it is always interesting to kind of get the variation of opinions. But the reality is, and this is what I said to you, it's like you can have Tom Brady, Orlovsky, Kurt Warner, Peyton Manning, and you could say, who do you think is going to win this Super Bowl? And they could all have completely different opinions. And yet you're talking about great football minds. They could all be like, I think so-and-so is going to be really good against this defense. I don't know if they're going to be able to run the ball. But, and you're just like, they all have different opinions. We're talking about a little bit of everything right now. 90% of the national media don't know anything about football. Put them on the whiteboard and they'd freeze up so quick. Well, yeah. I mean, that's why I get a kick out of these guys talking about. Weren't we talking about that today? When they started talking about baseball, when they started talking about Indy 500 or that, like they started talking about things where I'm just like, there's just I don't believe that you watched 162 baseball games right now, okay? You didn't watch 162 baseball games. You didn't watch all the football games. You didn't watch all the basketball games. Like a lot of people are just kind of shooting from the hip right now. And to me, it's even more obvious when it's like basketball or baseball. Football, I think it's a little different because it's such a popular sport and you have so much content and analysis out there that Colin had a take. I just let it go. But he had a take about the Dodgers saying they're too much in their heads. I think they're too much in their heads because they haven't been hitting well over the last 2 games. And I'm like, that's not what's happening at all. Like, I don't know. He goes, they're overthinking it. And I'm like, no, they're not. It's just baseball. Like, this is how baseball works, man. Like, this is how baseball works. Like, you're either hot or you're not. You're either hitting or you're not. It is the streakiest game in all of sports. It just is what it is. It's a game of numbers. It's why it's so stat driven. No one's overthinking anything. Your pitcher's either on or he's not. Your hitter's either on or he's not. And that's what makes baseball tough. And I talked about this before. There's no game. Basketball can have a flavor of this. There's no game really where Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen or whoever, or they're going to have a game and they're so inaccurate. Where Patrick Mahomes' level of accuracy, I don't mean completion percentage, but I mean his ability to throw on target drops down to like 30%, 20%. Yet Steph Curry can literally go like 2 for 15 from the floor. And it's just like, why did that happen? And it's like, because it just did. Because it just did. And in baseball, the best hitter, like it is the game of failure. Like you go 1 for 4, 1 for 3. You go 3 out of 10, and that's amazing. Get 3 hits out of every 10 at-bats, and you are a Hall of Famer. And it just so happens that sometimes you have 10 at-bats in a row where you get no hits. So when I hear someone say like, oh, they're overthinking it or something, you're just like, okay, that's not really what it makes sense. Dude, you got to stop talking about that stuff, or I'm gonna have to silence. Nick is the type of person, for example, that will tell me 2 + 2 = 5 when he knows the right answer. Will continue to be well, and so Nick has kind of admitted that. I have that saved, where he's kind of talked about that, where he said, like, listen, I might not know everything or whatever it was. He's like, but I do believe that I'm like one of the best debaters, and that is true because he is very smart, he is very quick, he is very witty. And so, like, he can debate that 2 + 2 = 5. Yeah, baseball is incredible. I mean, think of what you have to do just to be able to get to the pros. Like, the whole farm system that you have to work through is insane. I appreciate it. When young quarterbacks get comps to star players in the NFL, I think it hurts them and gives them unfair expectations. Like, for example, Cable. So I'm okay with the comparisons to try to put a frame around it. I got in this whole conversation with Lamar Jackson and Jaden Daniels, where people were trying to make those comps, and like Mike Tomlin kind of was like, be careful with those comps. Lamar's the MVP or whatever, and it was just like, you're using the comp not to say that they're equal, not that they're going to have the same trajectory, but just like it puts a frame around it. It just gives you kind of like an idea of like, this is what this player reminds you of, or they have similar, capabilities or similarities. But I get what you're saying. What do you have? Why? Who do you have winning the Chiefs and Bills, and why? I think I got to go. I think the Chiefs are just playing better football than the Bills. In which direction, Travis? Also, say what you want about Nick, but he is great at debating, like you said, and very smart. He is a nerd that never played. Good for him, though. Yeah, he is obviously really smart. But the problem is that he leans in being like, I'm going to be annoying. I'm going to troll. I'm going to be obnoxious. Like, he knows it. Because he's smart enough to know it. And that is why I skip the banners. It's why I skip those things, because it's not me personally. And I know other people like it, and I'm totally okay with it. Sometimes I'm in the mood for that type of stuff. Like the magic trick was pretty funny about the Indianapolis Colts. Like, that was fun. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to feel confidence about the Bills right now. Yeah, I mean, he definitely takes a more Stephen A approach. Listen, Colin Cowherd has evolved. I watched a very old clip of Colin when he was on ESPN, and he had such a different energy. I couldn't believe it. Colin was like, hey, so what do you want me to do? Yeah, I made a comment about something. I don't always get it right. I don't always do this. Like, he had like such this like hyper, like, nah, what do you want to do with it? Yeah, I put in the work. I analyze this. I'm not going to always get it right. I'm going to make mistakes. And he was like moving all around. And he was like talking so fast. And it was like when he was getting in a fight with that other guy. Oh, I forgot. I can't think of his name right now. He has his own show now, and it's like on like YouTube, his own podcast type thing. It looks like he's like in like a house or like a room. They had like a weird beef where he pretty much called Colin out and was like, let me know when you have your own show or something. And now Colin's like the king of sports media. And that's the thing, I never heard Nick talk about it. But Colin was definitely like, like he brought different. Now he's very much, that's why he's like Uncle Colin. He's like more calm, more chill. He's like, come on, guys. This isn't going to work. It's time to admit that the Kansas City Chiefs dynasty is over. Guys, I know you don't want to hear it, but the Kansas City Chiefs dynasty is here to stay. No, he left. Listen, I think they were upset. Sorry, I keep doing that. They were upset about the comments that he made about like baseball players and whatnot. But I think he got, he was also looking, he talked about this, that he was looking at maybe going into a different genre entirely. He was talking about working for like National Geographic or something. Like he was exploring other options. Then I think FS1 was pretty much like, come here and, we're building a new network. You're going to be the main guy. Yeah, I don't think that I'm curious to see, Brandon, how the Bills defense holds up to the Chiefs. Yeah, I mean, listen, Colin is what gave me the most inspiration are to want to do this. Quarterbacks, coach, and owner, you need to make dynasty. Oh yeah, absolutely. And a GM. Well, right now, and this is why I do this the most. My three main shows are NFL Live, First Things First, and The Herd. I know. I think there is destroy. I think there is like destroy possibility as well, but like I don't want to believe it. Honestly, I don't want that to be the reality. So I'm like refraining from saying that. Um. Yeah, it's funny. I'm trying to think. I don't know. Colin also is really interesting because you do need to have a specific voice. Colin always does his long monologue to start the show. And I think it was like last year a couple times, Nick Wright filled in and did a whole monologue, and it was just too tough. You couldn't listen to it for that long period of time. J Mac trying to do the same thing. Like it actually only works with Colin. Colin is really like the only guy who I'm like, you can talk for 10 minutes straight and have it just feel smooth. Nick Wright, you need to have Wilds chime in. You need to have kind of a breakup. You need that for you know, for J Mac, for a lot of these other guys. John Middlecoff can just kind of talk for like I know Travis, you haven't been a big fan of John Middlecoff lately, but like I think though at least like his energy and his flow of what he's saying at least like kind of fits nicely. So like I'll have him on and like on the background if I'm like making food or something. Oh yeah. Well, that's where your passion and expertise lies, Travis. People really like don't like J Mac, and I actually feel bad because anytime J Mac fills in, go to the comment section and they're just like, he's so bad, he's so bad, he's so bad, he's so bad, and I'm just like, he knows it. He's not gonna not. He's not reading all the comments, but he knows it, and FS1 knows it, and Colin knows it, and then John Middlecoff fills in, and they're just like, keep John, keep John, keep John's the best. Get rid of J Mac, and they just go, and I'm just like, I like it makes me uncomfortable. I'm like, I feel bad. I really don't watch First Take. I really don't. So it's funny. What I do, I think I'm really comfortable in this zone of like not being live, being able to sit here, being able to like, you know, I think also like it's interesting. I really do love doing like kind of instant reactions to games and stuff because I also think like especially considering how these games have unfolded recently, like the Broncos game or some of the Eagles games, I get to just react in a less like technical way and it's kind of just like what the heck did we all just witness? Like that was actually really fun. That Broncos game when they came back, it was just like what did we all just watch? And like that was really cool. That felt like we were all kind of like reacting together. We all were watching the same thing even though we were separate. And I really do like that. But I do think my own personal strengths really do lie in listening to someone else talk and then me deconstructing that and discussing that actually like and me being like well wait a second, let's talk about this. And don't get me wrong, like I do like also crafting my own arguments from a more neutral place like I've done like with Justin Herbert and like recently and the Bo Nix and Jalen Hurts and whatnot. But like I do find myself enjoying listening to someone talk first, and then I'm like, okay, if that's what you're saying is true, let's discuss it now. It is something that I do enjoy. Yeah, John speaks very well and is knowledgeable. Just from where he started at was more knowledgeable what was happening now, in my opinion. It's just about his feelings. Well, John also brings an energy where he's, you know, he's definitely really rough around the edges. The way he curses, some of the things that he says, and it's definitely just different. ESPN doesn't have a good sports debate show on their entire network. I don't even know what their slate is anymore. You have Get Up, you have First Take. What's on after First Take? And then you have NFL Live. What's your go-to? Oh, hold on. ESPN, what's your go-to have a full... I don't know what you're talking about. Is more of your comfort zone, right? What is more of your comfort zone? Yeah, if I ever eventually do a reaction, I'd have a player too as to why that happened. Yeah, which I think is great. That's like what an NFL Live does. Or what Greg Cosell will do with Colin. Well, I appreciate that, Travis. Yeah, I didn't know what I was doing in the beginning. Because when you do start, you are just like, I'm just talking. I guess we'll see what happens. I think for me, it was important for me just to be me, and everyone just to understand, like, this is me. I'm not going to be buttoned up. I'm not going to be perfect. I'm not going to be editing these things. I'm not going to be using the perfect language. I'm going to stumble over my words. If I make a mistake, I'm leaving it. I'm going to have fun with it. I'm going to laugh at it. I made one video and I said like the 52-yard line or something, and I'm like, yep, I just said that. Whatever. Keep on keeping on. It's just, it's just how it has to be for me. I have to just feel like I'm just me. Just is what it is. I appreciate that, Chiefs. Thank you. Well, and that's why with the Tears in the Mountain, I wanted to do it different than them. I didn't want to just copy and just do it my way or what my thoughts were. I wanted to do it in like a slightly different spin and be like, let's just focus on this week to week. That way we all get to watch this game and be like, we can put Mac Jones at the top. We can put Patrick Mahomes at the bottom. I put Josh Allen at the bottom, and I think he's great. Otherwise, it's just too repetitive. And so I do enjoy that personally. It's a little stressful, though. Like, this past week was stressful because I was like, I don't really actually know now. Like, it wasn't very clear to me. And I can't fall back on, well, I know Mahomes is great. Well, I know Josh Allen is great. And it's like, it was stressful. Well, and that's the thing, being authentic. Like, I need I need to be authentic. I can't, I don't want to play a character. I don't want to be something I'm not. I don't want to invent anything. And that's why, and I take pride in it. Like, I tell you guys all the time, if I don't know, I don't know. And me and Travis laughed about this before because I made a clip where Nick was like, oh, playing the fence is a cop out. And we were just like, that's not a cop. Like, if you don't know, or if you kind of have views on both sides of the fence, like, I think it's okay to share that. Like, it's okay to do that. Well, I appreciate it, Travis. Thank you so much. Have a great night. Get on that film. I need to sleep. I need like a good... I got an idea for tomorrow that I think I'm going to be able to do. If it wasn't so late, I'd do it tonight, but I can't. But the chat gave me a great idea. They gave me two great ideas that I'm combining together. Hello, Natalia. I probably should be logging off now, too. It is late. I've been on here for 289 minutes. It's going to be 290 minutes. That's a long time. 290 minutes. See you, Travis. See you in the comments. I appreciate it, Natalia. Oh, but on that note, I should go as well. Thank you guys for stopping by. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you for the spirited conversations, not only live, but also in the comment section. I am going to brush my teeth and go to sleep. Oh, man. 2-week-old? That's no joke. Thanks, Ray. Well, Chiefs, you go take care of, you do need to catch up on your sleep because your 2-week-old can be, and fourth kid. Well, you're not messing around, but then that means you're experienced, so you know what you're doing. But all right, I'll catch you all tomorrow in the comments section, and on Saturday, and then on Sunday, and Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Take it easy, guys.